Once, a light breeze was gently swinging the crown of trees, picking up leaves that had just disconnected from the branches. The birds rapidly rose to the blue sky. Among this quiet harmony, the protagonist was aware. His dream is life without worries and worries. Holidays are of great importance to humans, and for a long time people have valued this time. It is worth making a maximum of effort by about 60 to 80% of your capabilities, but at the same time, insert only 10% completely. Is it not a waste of your own time? Hardly working day and night, the hero finally achieved a dream vacation, as much as 16 days with payment. Wasting time, he went abroad and visited a well-known restaurant, determined to spend these days unforgettable. The bus, which still calmly rolled the stone routes, suddenly turned sideways, avoiding potholes. The driver carefully turned the steering wheel, and the guy with the tablet in his hands barely kept his balance, swaying in the aisle. Passers-by, delaying the steps, stop and look at the inverted bus, which has broken part of the stone pavement with their body. So the short life of a man ended. At least he was sure of that. Subsequently, before the eyes of a guy who recently knocked down a truck, a magic landscape was revealed. The ray of the sun was gently breaking through the clouds, drawing golden patterns in the sky. Such a situation seemed disturbing. Where did he find himself? What happens around? How did he woke up here? Recently, he was no doubt by the bus. In the space, which was clouded on all sides, just a female figure shone in the boy. Most likely she belonged to her voice, whether he woke up. The soul of the deceased wondered who was standing in front of her, but these guesses were confirmed by the girl. She introduced herself an observer who was monitoring the order in the whole galaxy, or, as it was called, the goddess. The soul asked why she was here. The answer did not slow down. It is not necessary to doubt your deaths anymore. At the same time, the goddess added that every deceased was given the right to choose one of 3 ways to continue her fate. The first option, the soul goes to heaven. The second is returning to the ground, however in another body. The third is your soul is born again, but in a completely different world. Although the soul was lost, the same goddess seemed to have hurried so much that it could not but cause some reflections. The girl did not stay with the smile, agreeing with the voice in her head. In fact, she was sometimes lacking in patience. So the soul that has just left this world carefully asked in the goddess if he could ask several questions. Fortunately, she received consent. After all, the goddess herself stood in front of her. Then the soul decided to find out what the other world was waiting for her if you choose the third way. The goddess smiled mysteriously and led her story. Artoria is a fascinating world, generously endowed with natural resources. There are 108 labyrinths here, in the walls of which are hidden innumerable treasures. You can unite in teams and go into fascinating adventures to open their secrets. When residents reach 5 years of age, they undergo baptism, during which they receive extraordinary abilities and special blessings. However, it is not so cloudless. This world is full of dangerous monsters, and social inequality only exacerbates the situation. Listening to the goddess of the soul, he suddenly realized, in his past life, he went in search of new hobbies. However, if he was put forward in the same world, he would hardly discover something new. So the soul told the goddess that this time, she's seeking to get into another world. After spreading her hands, the goddess smiled gently and accepted the choice of the dead soul. She also said that she was able to give the souls any desired abilities or strength, which she only desires. However, the soul has abandoned such a generous proposal. Excessive power only creates envy and leads to unnecessary conflicts, and it does not need it. At the same time, the soul did not refuse a completely healthy body. Such an answer was quite surprised by the goddess. After the conversation, the soul wondered whether the goddess often had conversations with her, to which she answered quite clearly. Such communication with souls is extremely rare for her. This soul was a real exception. When she was 5, she saved the kitten, her descendant, and the goddess decided to thank the rescue people personally, organizing a special meeting for her. Understanding the legend of the goddess of the soul, she noted that many people mistakenly believe that compassion does not benefit anyone. Smiling easily, the goddess expressed his hope that he would no longer be given this opinion. Having extended her hand to the vague glow in which the soul of the deceased was embodied, the goddess sincerely wished her a joyful and bright life. Subsequently, clouds dispersed in the sky. The weather prevailed outside. Warm sunlights gently swept a small village that was lost among fields and lanes. A light breeze quietly swayed trees around a small stone house, whose windows were firmly closed with wooden stables. Inside, a man with a woman leaned over a crib. The pretty girl smiled widely and greeted the baby in front of her, gently asking for his well-being. Meanwhile, the beard, who called himself a child's dad, was gently admired by what his son is sweet. The boy opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth with surprise, stared at his new parents, whom he saw as soon as he opened his eyes. His smile, which gradually appeared on his face, was clumsy and a little uncertain. Seeing her son's clumsy smile, Emrea gladly folded her hands on her chest, and a gesture invited the lark to take the boy in her arms. He did not refuse, and by hugging his son, noted that the guy would definitely grow as strong as his father. While the parents joyfully admired the actions of his son, his thoughts raged in his thoughts. He suddenly realized that he woke up. Of course, this was a certain logic, but the absolute defenselessness and loss of control over their own body did not give it rest. A cheerful laughter of a happy family came from a lonely house that leaned on the side of an old, trampled road in the thick forest. In this world, the soul of the deceased again came into the world under the name of Ol. The infant is guided only by natural instincts. When the famine takes the mountain, the baby begins to cry, despite no thoughts. If its fatigue or satiety prevails, the child immediately plunges into sleep. Childhood is a difficult thing. The mother of the child was the name of Emrea, a beauty with the face of an angel. True, is not every baby the most beautiful in the world for every baby? The father was named Lark. He did not shine, but at least he was not a cruel despot. After spending a few days in a new body, Zul realized that his new family was engaged in farming. A generous harvest this year promises them a peaceful and carefree life in the near future. At the same time, he learned that most peasants consider the poor in Arthuria, but most importantly, the boy learned about it recently. One evening, the whole village was alarmed by a loud mother who raised his voice when it started to be darkened outside. Having extended her hands in front of her, Emrea said, "Light," and a small ball, white like snow, broke out in her palms. The soul watched with special attention for happy parents who smiled happily after a successful spell that filled the dwelling. It was the main thing. There is magic in this world. In the old age, magicians appeared, in the male image, inevitably in a sharp, story hat, and with a bullet of witchcraft energy in his hands. There was no point in degeneration without the ability to encroach. Squeezing and dissatisfied with the burning ball of light, the street began to think about how to awaken magic in himself. He urgently needed to create something immediately, to cause at least the least witchcraft. It was worth thinking. To use magic, a certain internal resource is needed. But now it is not so important what it consists of. It is enough to feel his presence in himself. Unexpectedly, under the pressure of the extremely powerful and apparently intense mental process, the child's body could not withstand such a load, and the whole village immediately plunged into sleep. Some time has passed, and the village has already survived many devastating mistakes. He only had to focus on how he lost his consciousness. However, rest and food remained the primary need of the body. However, the villagers were not going to give up. After focusing, I began to look for the source necessary for the use of magic, and in the end, I succeeded. In the heart of my belly, a tiny lump of energy was born, albeit a small one, but its echo felt even the whole village. At that moment, the guy realized, now he is able to enchant, based on this mysterious energy. All you have to do is direct it into the right direction, and magic will open its doors in front of him. However, one unfortunate detail was interfered with the incredible designs of the village. His body relentlessly reached for sleep. The seasons were constantly changing each other. Winter gave way to spring. It has been 6 months since he was born in this new world. But all this time the guy could only eat, sleep, and practice magic. When will his real adulthood finally come? However, the efforts were not in vain. The training gave the result. Although the soul is not able to spell, he has learned to feel the magic of every cell of the body, let it be exhausted to the exhaustion. However, this is a step forward. This is the best moment for practice. Remembering how his mother demonstrated a spell of light, he focused on his whole soul and quietly spoke the magic words. Unfortunately, the little calf did not withstand the tension. And everything happened on its own, from which the baby's cheeks were blossomed. The smiling mother came closer, and began to help her son, gently changing the diaper. It was quite predictable that nothing was possible. The guy did not think it would be simple, so he decided enough time, so he would persistently move further and would not allow himself to stop on it. Morning, day, evening, night. The girl tried to impose a spell of light, but no changes happened. The boy could not understand why he did not work. In the end, he decided that it is probably not mechanically necessary to repeat the mother. Instead, the child simply imagined the bright light, as pure as from the LED lamp. The answer was almost correct. It was not necessary for the guy to exactly repeating his mother, just to imagine how similar things worked in his past life. I wonder if he was the only one who got such an unfair advantage, but it does not matter. Now he owned magic. The instrument smiled happily and, triumphantly clenching a small fist, lifted him up. Now the small village has to only work out. Thanks to persistent training, the level of magical energy was to increase. Imaging how a cool stream breaks out of the baby's palms, they suddenly created a real miniature storm. Even if a secret is already revealing how his magical abilities work, you will first have to take the first step. The small village is peacefully stretched, sweetly stretched, and slowly plunged into sleep. After all, it is still a baby. The baby's mother went into the room and immediately noticed. Here, somehow suspiciously cool. 5 years have passed, and the small village had time to blossom significantly, and his parents were looking forward to the baptism of his son. It is impossible to forget about such an event. Cheerfully waving her parents for goodbye, the soul went in her way. Today, all children who are 5 years old are baptized, a special ritual of greetings and acceptance of divine mercy. In this world, blessing determines the human fate of the direction. Among the many gifts, someone can fall out of a noticeable force, and some receive such a powerful gift that he is able to create a new state from an empty space. However, according to this tool, no blessing is in vain. It is rather a pleasant decoration of everyday life. So the guy did not worry about it, and did not worry at all. All this was greatly reminiscent of hook games from his native world. The girl of low growth with a radiant smile congratulated the villagers. It was Mirai. She was one of the first friends of the protagonist since childhood, because she lived in the neighborhood. Although the girl was older than the whole year, for the whole village she remained like a younger sister. 3 times a week they were shabby together, and now, when meeting, they are smiling fun and warmly taken by their hands. The children gathered near the local church and discussed lively. Finally, the long-awaited day came, when the baptismal ceremony, which he so longed for all these years, had to take place in the village. As it turned out, Muri visited the boy not only for the usual meeting. She had an important news to him. It was a little puzzled by the villagers. His childhood girlfriend warned, "It is advisable not to tell anyone about his blessing." Adults in the village of course knew, but, housing with the girl, he confessed that he had no idea that it was better to remain silent. The guy decided to continue to support the game in Stranger, and asked why it is impossible to openly talk about his blessing. It seems that the network did not expect such a question. Probably she had no answer to him. More blushing from an unexpected question, the girl broke into a cry, saying that she could not do it, and that's where it ended. The reasons for this decision are not complicated. In order to avoid shame, humiliation, or unnecessary self-confidence, it was decided not to discuss their abilities. A clear, sunny weather prevailed outside the window, and in the meantime, a small church was baptized. The priest stood at the altar, but a soul leaned on one knee. Raising from his knees after greetings, the guy with golden hair looked at the priest who hoped the young man was ready for the rite. So the community asked him to start the ceremony. The priest put his hand on the boy's head and wished that the mercy of the Creator accompanied him. At the same moment, his palms shone with a bright glow. The small village flooded bright light. It seemed that every cell of the body was filled with mysterious, unknown energy. His body was still a bright glow, and a wave of new power was raised in his chest. I wonder if this is a blessing. Closing his eyes, he focused on unfamiliar feelings that covered him. Before the inner look, the name of his ability appeared. She clearly emerged from the depths of consciousness, gradually taking shape. Suddenly, a word came out in my head. Moderation. The peasant's face has frozen a silent question. He was engulfed. He was coordinated to turn to the priest, but he remembered that the news of the blessing could not be shared. The blessing that the hero received was more reminiscent of his past life. Such reflections touched his soul cold. Did God really hate him? The tears rolled on the cheeks of Blondin. The boy was convinced that anyone would thank for such a gift, but only a bitter sweat of the heart flowed from his eyes. Only over the years did he realize how valuable this ability was. Happy returning home? The first thing that the soul thought about is to tell the parents the joyous news as soon as possible. The blessing was finally received. Seeing his son and meeting him with smiles, the parents decided to arrange a festive dinner on this occasion. Sitting at the side, Lark easily patted his son on a cap and said, "Every gift has its own value. Do not forget about it." The father laughed from his soul and assured his son that any gift was a reason for pride, whatever he may be. But for some reason, his words were heard for the village rather as comfort than true pride. It passes some time. A flock of birds flew noisy over the tops of the trees behind which rocky mountains were hiding, and in the heart of the forest was a low guy. Focusing on his own feelings, he felt that in his palms he began to thicken a ball of sorcery energy. He had to say, "A windy ball as a mighty gust of power," the tree that stood in front of him. He was satisfied with his success. He realized that in addition to the already conquered elements of fire, water, space, lightning, earth, and ice, now managed to master the magic of the wind. Having examined the fragments of the tree left after witchcraft, the guy noted that his magic had increased significantly, and he almost did not feel fatigue. Nevertheless, years of hard work from childhood were in vain. He was passionate about the results. The hero did not think to stop. Inspired by success, he decided to continue his training, this time focusing on the magic he needed to realize the dreamy life. The guy broke his head for a long time, looking for a good comparison to the traits he needed. And then suddenly he was setting up. He remembered his belt bag. It was only necessary to present it. After focusing and proclaiming the word space for objects, he created a cleft in front of the village, inside which was dominated by absolute void. He was fascinated by an unexpectedly brilliant success. The guy decided to carry out an experiment with a mysterious space, and put a stick in the gap. She barely touched the fault, as she disappeared without a trace. The work is perfect. From now on, our hero has a storage where time flows away other than in the ordinary world. Everything he will keep there will remain fresh and will not lose his properties. Returning home after a busy workout in the village, I came across a generously covered table, which was made by a variety of dishes. There was everything here: loose buns and juicy meat, and of course, assorted from fresh vegetables. This amount of food sincerely impressed the guy. The mother smiled and told him that today for dinner, fried meat with a blush, so he could calmly eat well. A crustic bird is a weak creature, but it occurs almost everywhere, and only 3 or more people can handle it. Its meat is highly appreciated among farmers. They say that it tastes almost like chicken. A year ago, the guy shared with his mother a recipe for cooking this dish. He just asked if the meat would taste better if you roll it in breadcrumbs and fry in oil. The mother, on the first attempt, coped well with the whole process. Unfortunately, this world cannot find any seasoning like soy sauce. The only spice that exists here is ordinary salt. Of course, Ajul is unfortunate that he was not destined to taste his favorite chicken with sauce, but he firmly decided to create all these taste additions by himself, starting a new gastronomic era in this world. In the house where our hero lived, the aroma of newly baked bread and fresh vegetables always prevailed, because his family grew these gifts of the earth himself. Therefore, these products were full of warmth and love. The donuts are prepared on domestic yeast, and Emrea assured that as soon as the son will bring the bride to the house, she will certainly teach the girl of their family bread recipe. As the family went for dinner, his father with her son almost did not praise the culinary talent of his wife and mother in unison. From sincere compliments, she smiled a little and immediately offered to put up more dishes. The house in the village always enveloped laughter and happiness, and today is no exception. Satisfied, the boy with a crackdown rushed to the bed and wandered loudly. He said, though he grows, and everything was needed in everything. If he could have mastered a magic capable of awakening cells to life, destroying all poisons and ailments, he returned health. Healing magic. After applying the spell, all the heaviness and unpleasant sensations in the abdomen were dispelled, as if he had just visited hot springs. Now, you could rest quietly and go to bed. The village has not yet had time to dive into a deep sleep. The guy heard his parents anxiously talking that this year could be difficult for them due to crop disease. The doors do not subside the concerned voices of parents. They are feverishly advised how to withstand this winter. Nula's father dares to take a desperate step. He decides to hunt for a monster, hoping to get money in the cold season. His plan is extremely risky. Emrea was anxiously lowering her head and quietly asked the man waiting for them if he suddenly did not return from hunting one day. The next morning, the villagers went to the field, immersed in their own reflections, which suggested boredom. Of course, children should not listen to such conversations, because they still cannot help. However, this did not mean that the guy would stay away. Remembering yesterday's spell, Blondin decided to try it on wheat sprouts. As he said the spell, his body, along with the young seedlings, found himself in a gentle glow. Although he felt ashamed because of such a strange name, the peasant decided that it was pointless to think about it. Although he doubted his own strength, but if he was lucky, this business can bring him good profit. A girl with long hair went to the girlfriend's home, having fun singing her favorite tune. When a familiar figure of Miri appeared from afar, she happily called her by his name, suddenly cutting off her song in half a word. Seeing the girlfriend's pranks, the girl involuntarily hid behind the house. Admiration and surprise filled her. She could not resist the thought, is it real magic? And how do the villagers use this? Posted by looking out from the house of Mirai, she suddenly caught herself on a strange question. Why Aldo uses magic in her family's fields? Feeling a pleasant pleasure in the case, the villagers fell on soft fallow deer with relief, stretching there with genuine joy. Although he managed to heal both Paul and his girls, it was noticeable how he was exhausted by these efforts. He was quite hungry and tired. Memories of yesterday's dinner came to life with Suel's smile. But a young body for growth is extremely needed animal protein. Only ordinary peasants can rarely afford it. It was these thoughts that made the guy get up. Once our hero is comfortable, he was again swinging the thirst for meat. These thoughts seemed to turn away something weird. Similar to the boar creature with bizarre mushrooms that grew straight on her back, she was slowly wandering the forest, not even knowing that her small inquisitive eyes were watching her carefully. A wild boar is a beast that can grow up to 2 meters in length. Its meat is delicious, but a real treasure is mushrooms that appear on the back and head of the animal. Such mushrooms are considered a true delicacy. In a very tiny head of the newborn, only the dreams of juicy meat have erupted. Even the idea of future prey immediately inspired him with confidence. Mummy will certainly be happy to such catch, even if her baby has to go hunting. The most important thing in hunting is a thoughtful tactic. Fire or lightning magic is excluded. You run the risk of reducing the forest. Water and ice are also not suitable because they will spoil the taste of meat. Therefore, the decision here should be made with special care. So the choice was obvious. Using the mill cleverly, the soul instantly deprived the life of her victim, which only had time to give a moan. Satisfied with his achievement, the guy decided that the magic of the wind is perfect for hunting. Sprising to the prey, he was primarily intended to cut the mushrooms, and then, with the help of sorcery, carefully washed away the bloody traces. Sighing with relief, he himself was surprised by his inviolability after everything that had happened. In the end, he decided that he seemed to be able to get used to the order in this new world. At first glance, the guy approximately determined the weight of his prey. Somewhere 1/2 ton. After that, his mind turned his thoughts. How did he justify his mother when he tells her that he had defeated the giant forest Vapora? The young hunter smiled lightly with his thoughts, deciding that there is no point in hiding something. It is better to say everything as is. Unfortunately, the guy's boundless optimism crashed into a harsh reality. His mother, having heard this stunning news, cast a sprung look at him. Staying on his knees, the soul listened carefully to how parents would be worried about if something had happened to him. The mother still remembered how she had repeatedly warned her son to stay away from the monster. Replacing anger with compassion, Emrea praised her son for his sincerity in confession and asked for nothing from her. She also advised, if the mother warns that it is dangerous, it is better not to risk or go there. Suddenly struck by the improvement of the mother's condition, Zul smiled guilty, and having agreed with her, asked for forgiveness. The smile blossomed on her face. Emrea gently touched the tip of her son's nose, gently joked that he had greatly frightened her, and advised to do it no longer. After completing the educational conversation, the woman drew attention to the prey that her son brought and offered to deal with her. The table broke again from the variety of dishes, but the main highlight today was a wild boar. The appetizing meat was full of juices that generously flowed just on a plate. Enjoying the cooked dishes, the soul noted that people did not exaggerate, talking about the taste of mushrooms. They came out a wonderful soup, and the boar meat was surprisingly delicious even without salt. During the dinner, Lark suddenly raised an extremely important question. When his son mastered magic. Without waiting for such a question from his father, the soul only answered, "These abilities manifested itself since he received blessings." Such an answer did not raise any suspicion. Lark just accepted it as a sign. His son was indeed chosen by a blessing. Hastily closing this issue, the soul noted for herself. Now he had an excuse for the use of his magic. Although the true essence of the blessing remained unknown to everyone except him. Although the first question was clarified, a new wave of curiosity soon appeared. The father wondered if he liked magic, and why he was at all. For some reason, even the whole village was embarrassed. After all, he never wondered what a magic for him, but confidently sought to grow rich and carefree, enjoying a happy life through magic. Laughing at his son's response, Lark apologized for unusual questions, and then changed his intonation to more seriously, and asked him to remember his words well. The man suddenly rushed and said that if the village relied only on force and used it to harm others, it will be nothing more than an evil business. Suddenly changing on his face, a chunky man blossomed in a smile and praised the cook dinner again. And the mother of the village, who joined the conversation, hurried to invite everyone present to sit on the table until the dish was still hot. This change only prompted the guy to take another appetizing piece of the dish and send him to his mouth. The night was already falling into the village, and in our hero thoughts were sworn in. Did he not get too passionate about magic? This hobby may ever take it out of the right road. And yet, the soul rejoiced that she was born in a family where love and harmony reign. In his past life, his connection with his parents was tense and cold. To live in warmth and care is true happiness. Turning to the other side with a satisfied look, the guy thought whether the goddess was involved. In his imagination, the image of the girl immediately shatters. She smiles a bright smile and jokingly, persistently requires even more thanks. Subsequently, it turned out that the parents were right. The disease of the disease has devastated all the fields in the village, leaving many owners without harvest. Only Azul's family and his girlfriend Mishir passed this disaster. Despite the admiration of witchcraft, the young man does not forget that in his soul he remains a simple peasant. It is time to master the intricacies of rural life to grow fragrant seasonings in their own field. The guy with a pleased expression on his face closed his eyes, plunging into pleasant memories. In the imagination, he turned thoughts about how to prepare soy sauce, a miso paste, and above all, to get the desired sugar. One day, a desire to grow a sugar beet or a sugar cane, the guy told his parents that he wanted to get his own piece of land. Thinking about the request of her son, the woman remembered the unjust garden. Then the boy wondered if he would allow him to use it. Having received consent, he smiled sincerely and thanked. The guy, filled with feverish, almost painful perseverance at the beginning of his business, was noticeably removed when he saw the abandoned garden. Having wrapped his eye with the eye, the boy with an insult realized that this is far from the best place for the development of a 5-year-old child. However, he decided that, most likely, his mother, and no idea that he would take it seriously. Gathering with thoughts and reminding himself that it is too early, the soul realized that it was for such cases that magic exists. So, armed with this idea, he called on the gust of the wind, which was cut with a sharp blade of lush grass. Further on the stage, even more impressive magic came. The levitation spell lifted the trees with almost roots, forcing them to flutter over the ground. And the earthquake erased unnecessary irregularities, leveling the surface. It passed for a while, and the village eventually relaxed, breathing hard and satisfied with the results of its work. After that, the guy fell on the ground, mockingly moaning against fatigue. Obviously, the excessive use of magic is too much depletes his strength. But despite the fact that our hero has obtained such a result thanks to magic, it only emphasizes what incredible peaks he has already reached. If he does not stop along the way and further improves his abilities, his strength will become even more invincible in the future. After resting, the young farmer took the sap in his hands, which was almost the same size as he himself, and, without a minute, moved to the next stage of work. With enthusiasm, moving to the next stage of the plan, the peasant gladly noted that he was the most unpleasant component of farm labor. First of all, we should carefully rinse the ground, freeing it from annoying weeds. Only then can you take sowing. Scatter the seeds on the well-groomed soil. However, it was at this moment that the joyful flow of thoughts of the villagers suddenly broke. Seed? This innocent word suddenly puzzled a young boy. He was completely neglected by the idea that in order to sow the field, we must have at least a handful of seeds. Returning home, the future farmer first went to his father to find out if it is possible to get sugar beet seeds at all. Lark, without any hesitation, answered his son's questions. It was known to all seeds, but in the whole kingdom, there will be no farmer who would be able to grow them. Such words were quite surprised by the guy. Hearing his father's answer, the soul engaged in disappointment. His idea began to collapse before he had time to do something. Seeing his only son upset, Lark decided to share the news with Tom. Merchants from another country will soon arrive at them, and perhaps then he would be able to get those dreamy seeds. These words again lit a fire of hope in a young heart. Traders. Even if there is no seed now, you can always ask that they get it and bring it next time to the village. His father immediately warned that the goods of such merchants were usually cheap and may not have enough money for purchases. However, this did not embarrass the guy at all, because he wanted to go there not only for seeds, but also for the sake of exciting stories about distant adventures. Stroking his restless son on his head lightly, Lark assured that he would certainly visit the merchants with him. And the night came in the village, and the next morning, the humor community has agreed. Even without money, you can get the seeds. You just need to look for what you can offer instead. Nuts, healing herbs, mushrooms collected among wild boars, all of which are in high demand among traders. However, today his desire was completely different. But not cool. The inhabitants of the village most enjoy meat. Wood deer is a creature reminiscent of a common deer, but is considered the greatest among all the inhabitants of the forest. Its branched horns are especially appreciated. They are used for the manufacture of expensive drugs. Standing in the middle of the forest, the hero took advantage of the magic of the detection, directing the flow of force from the foot of the village. From his feet, thin lines filled with charming energy, which crawled through the forest, covering everything around. This spell draws in the air the interweaving of lines and circles converging at numerous points to track the prey. It allows you to capture the presence of all living things around. On the principle of action, this magic resembles echolocation, capturing the smallest movement in space. I carefully capture even the slightest fluctuations in my own spell, but I do not find any trace of deerwood. Is there really nothing interesting? But suddenly the sorcerer felt the presence of a wild boar. Not wanting to waste time for a thorough search, the guy headed towards the forest boar. He will first deal with this enemy, and then continue to chase the deer. Deep in the woods were ringing birds and a light rustle of insects. The wind moved the crown of trees delicately, and among this wild thicket, a young hunter watched carefully at his unsuspecting prey. After a brief search for the peasants, it was possible to stumble on a boar, and the guy, meanwhile, hid behind a tree. What did he do? Maybe he was dozing? It seemed that the boar did not move at all. To finally make sure what was happening, it was necessary to come closer to the boar. Having taken a few steps forward, the peasants opened their eyes with surprise. What they saw struck them to the depths of their soul. In the forest where the bears were infrequent guests, a huge brown bear appeared suddenly. He decided to eat a boar that the village community chose for the victim. This beast behaved treacherously, skillfully hiding in the thickets. A hidden bear is a creation that resembles a bear, but rarely lives in forests. His real home is mountains where he rages aggression. It is a beast with a body elongated, capable of removing the whole village from the face of the earth. It is extremely difficult to see this creature. As the bear was now fully passionate about the meal, there was a chance to win it. It is only necessary not to give yourself and strike an unexpected blow from the shelter. Suddenly jumping out of the hiding place, he shouted loudly. At the same moment, a whirlwind and 2 winds of the wind, which immediately cut all obstacles on the way to the goal, broke out of his hands. Unexpectedly for everyone, the bear still noticed the guy, which was quite stunned by the other. After crossing his paws, he was preparing to take a blow. The blow was just lifting light airflows around the bear. The beast managed to cope with the attack. This made Aosel think about the thickness of the bear skin and whether he perceives magic at all. Outraged due to a spoiled dinner, the bear was dissatisfied. Having gained rapid speed, the monster rushed forward between the trees just to the guy. While there is a sufficient distance between the bear and the young hunter, the hope of finding a way out of the situation remains. As soon as the bear gets to the village, you will have to forget about life. Such a course of events categorically did not suit the sorcerer. He rested his palms into the ground, and a massive wall made of stone grew in front of him. The wall was not an obstacle to the bear. Even after its first blow, Cracks went on the surface. For the inhabitants of the village, this became a real shock. After all, their wall, built of clay and concrete half a meter thick, seemed to be a reliable protection. But the bear broke it surprisingly. Now it was extremely important to maintain calm. After all, the village has repeatedly shown that it is able to cope with such challenges, and an angry enemy can quite be overcome cunning and accurate techniques. Roaring with the fury, the bear made his way through the wall, put in him. But at this moment the village activated a new spell, a pit, and the earth disappeared from under the paws of an angry beast. Rounding, the huge body of the monster fell to the ground. A long roar was erupted from his mouth, and the residents of the village were already in a hurry to gather and think of a new spell. In the abyss, where the bear just broke, the waterfall and a powerful flow of water came down. A person is unlikely to be able to get out of such a trap. The monster just hooked in the water, but remained alive. At the end of the clash, one of the souls caused a collapse of stones. Under the destroyed stones, dead silence, no sound. The bear will not slip now. Maybe he was trapped, but it was worth making sure. And with these thoughts, the soul put on her cat again. Difficult to exhale, the guy finally realized what danger he had just avoided. His forces were on the verge. He would simply not be able to fight. So the guy acknowledged that he was too early to meet such opponents. Although the bear posed a serious threat, it remained valuable. Therefore, the village took the trophy from under the rubble and thoroughly cleared the body from the blood. The guy still returned home alive. However, he failed to avoid the fate provided for his mother, because behind his back lay a bear carcass, an extremely dangerous beast. Although Emrea was worried about her son, she maintained the ability to soberly evaluate his skills. Parents have agreed. The rescue from a clash with a monster is a great luck, because it is only a desperate level C, or even more experienced. Listening to this conversation, the guy concluded that his magical force approximately corresponds to the level of marine rank among adventurers, although he never understood how much it is. Having gained his gaze on a fallen monster, his parents noted that his skin was in excellent condition. It promised a great profit if used properly. Wealthy people are fine to put a lot of money to get a toy from this leather or order a cloak with striking masking properties. In general, almost any part of this creature cannot be used for food, although because of the strong smell, its meat is attractive. Osul, bouncing with joy, asked if they had enough money for sugar beet seeds after selling the skin. The father smiled and assured that even more than needed. The guy smiled at his father and informed that he would give the rest of the money to his parents. A smile blossomed on the man's face, and the words of gratitude themselves escaped from his mouth. A harsh female voice, which reminded the boy, suddenly joined this cheerful mess. His mother is still angry, so the conversation between them has not been complete. The evening was slowly down above the village. Hunting today managed to glory, so the guy had enough money to buy seeds. The merchants may have another interesting thing. He was looking forward to tomorrow. The next morning, a real storm was walking. The bells were loudly throughout the village, not stopping for a moment, and work was already boiling on the outskirts. The peasants from early dawn began to plow their fields. The noise on the square was not only raised bells, the stores were also joined, which laid out their goods. And the mule with their father was curious to watch the arrived, and, after all, moved towards them, greeting one of the guests. A man with long hair and outfit, which was clearly different against the background of the area, approached an old acquaintance. Their conversation immediately acquired a business shade, the usual purchase of seeds, and a request to evaluate the quality of the product. The man looked away and was genuinely surprised when he realized that under the word prey, the peasant meant a bear, whose massive carcass was stuck on a cart. Lark smiled at his old friend and began to invent a funny story. As if the bear got to some trap, where he died, and he accidentally encountered this adventure. The merchant watched this narrator with a careful look, reflecting on his words. The obvious lie. Such a cunning and intelligent bear is unlikely to be trapped by some simple peers. But why then do such a clear lie? The merchant turned, and his gaze stopped on a little boy. He, having caught a stranger, only carelessly and sincerely smiled, without even realizing what thoughts they had in the merchant's head. Some incomprehensible reason. The guy seemed strange, and he immediately guessed. Apparently, it was this young man who hired such a rare prey. But is the child really able to hide such a monster? However, the merchant was not particularly interested, and Lark himself would not steal someone for the sake of trophies. Therefore, there was simply no reason to give up this agreement. Thinking, The merchant noted that the carcass is truly great quality. It was almost not injured, so you can use almost everything from it. The merchant offered 100 gold coins for prey and expressed his desire to buy it. This amount simply stunned the villagers. None of them has never seen gold coins, and if you list in the yen, each goes as much as 10,000. The young man overwhelmed the admiration of the idea that one bear could get 1,000,000 yuan. If he continues to hunt, wealth will come to him very quickly. In his dreams and fantasies of the villagers, whole mountains of gold coins have poured on him from the sky. The current of the fascinated thoughts of the villagers was blown by his father, strictly turning to Rebirth. He warned that he did not joke, and reminded that he had long been built from him. The merchant clumsily shied in, realizing that you just won't spend the stall. And he, squeezing his jaws in a mocking smile, caught his intentions and answered, though not rich, but he does not consider himself a fool and knows the true price of such a fall. Unable to withstand the farmer's persistence, Rebirth posted 2 bags of gold on the table and strongly stated that 170 gold was his final and the largest offer for the bear. It is not believed that he was almost cheated. Azul realized. Now he should study the prices of goods in this world in detail. Otherwise he will make money again and again, without even knowing their true value. The guy glanced angrily at the merchant, deciding to himself that next time he would not give himself so easy to circle around his finger. And in the meantime his father finished the purchase. Lark barely remembered the seeds of sugar beet as a fire broke out in the eyes of his soul. The merchant was quite surprised when he found out that they were looking for seeds of unusual sugar beet, and noted that he was addressed for the first time with such a wonderful request. However, he still went to look for at least 1 bag, and it was then that the farmer decided to grow an unusual vegetable that could only be used. Lark only said that he was the idea of his son. After getting a dreamy bag, the swan announced the price, 20 gold apart. Although it is a lot, still a village that was so lacking in this thing, it has long been in oblivion. Meanwhile, Lark, along with the merchant, did not stop. They continued to carefully consider the goods. Considering for a long time, the man asked his son to ask if he wanted to buy something else. In response, the guy immediately stated that he was absolutely necessary. For a hunter, a knife is indispensable. It will be useful, and when processing prey, and when you need to remove the skin or cook. And if magic suddenly end in the village, a knife can be protected from danger. Lark is a little faded, and, imagining all the possible consequences in the brightest colors, said that his wife would be very angry if he bought it. However, the glowing eyes of his sons were a real weapon of mass destruction. The Rebirth kept the merchant firmly, not giving him a chance to slip. Immediately he offered clients a selection of knives, among whom everyone could find something to their taste. Unable to decide on the choice of the village, he stated that he wanted to get everything right away. It surprised his father, but his decisive shine in his eyes did not leave room for objections. However, there was one condition: to keep this purchase secret from the mother. After all, when the mother is angry, she is capable of everything, and both men in the family have already experienced it on their own skin. When they already purchased knives, the young man's father said that he had another question to the shopkeeper. The merchant advised the young farmer to walk a little shop and see other products. Wandering between the crowd and leaning his eyes with the eye, the peasant suddenly noticed a little unexpected. This thing immediately attracted his attention, and on his face reflected a clear surprise. He did not expect to see it here. Surprised by looking at the goods, the peasant's cheeks stirred the light pink with excitement and joy. So their journey to Commercial Square ended. The purse and the clay pot were filled tightly under the cover. Undoubtedly, soybeans and the sourdough lay in the sew. For some reason the merchant gave the leaven for free, but I can only thank him for such generosity. With this, I can easily prepare soy sauce and a miso. Closing his eyes, Ole thought that the brightest moment of today is ahead. Without holding back joy, he confessed aloud, "It is undoubtedly a sugar bee. In this world, sugar is a real luxury, and the secrets of its manufacture are carefully protected. For ordinary farmers, it is only an impossible dream." The young man mentioned with a smile that even the Rebirth on the shelves did not find him. But our hero was not going to put up with this position. He wounded sweets. He wanted to taste donuts, cookies, cupcakes, all without exception. Saharan beet is a popular representative of the root family. In fact, it is not difficult to grow it if you know a few tricks. First of all, take care of the beds. Beets will quickly spoil if you only water a part of the plant, so take care of the proper external moisture. Not only are precipitation from above, groundwater can also lead to moisture. In addition, beets do not like acidic soils, so it is better to use rice husk or shell to feed. Following these simple tips, you will soon notice how the beet is confident in growth. With great pride, he focused on the palms of a powerful magic tangle. The idea broke out in the soul. If magic exists in this world, so it is time to take advantage of its power. What if you accelerate growth with magic? Closing his palm to a freshly shed garden, the guy said the magic spell. From his hand, a wave of magical energy spilled the garden, wrapping the entire area. Initially, tiny sprouts made their way from the ground, and then they grew quickly, gaining strength. The spells eventually, the beetroot took root on this earth. Recognizing that the taste of beet can be further improved with magic, the stool again awakened his magical abilities. Now it is necessary to solve the issue with watering. It is time to conduct a small experiment. The young farmer intended to pour one part of the beets with water created with magic, and the other, a common crust. Now he only had to observe, which from the water would contribute to the growth of plants. The experiment did not bring much success. However, if you rely on magic, it restrains development, but the combination of magic with traditional methods gives much better results. One day in the village, they will produce the most exquisite sugar. From this dream and the imagination of the unsurpassed treats, his face illuminated a happy smile, and the words of true delight broke out of his mouth. That evening, the whole peasant family rejoiced in the money earned for the bear, because this amount allowed to survive the harsh winter. After learning the joyful news about the money received, Lark asked his son if he liked the trip to the merchants. The boy immediately answered the affirmatively, and hurried to tell his mother about his new purchases. For some reason, after the story, the mother from the village began to be persistently interested in what, except the seeds, her son bought. In her eyes there was a mysterious shine and cunning shimmer. The guy came up with such pressure, and began to muttering unsuccessful excuses awkwardly. But his father immediately exposed his son, telling his wife in detail about the purchase of 4 knives. His father seems to not only be silent, but seemed to have no ability to reflect. In the frozen air, suddenly an angry, impatient voice, which persistently proclaimed names, Soul and Lark. Her smile shone with angelic innocence, but in the voice she uttered a short but significant question. A barely restrained rage was clearly felt. All you have to do is fall on your knees and ask forgiveness. All together, they decided to show the amazing beans purchased from traders, a boyfriend of a boy. He is enthusiastically considering the unusual grains that the guy holds in his hands. She looked at her friend with interest and wondered that he was holding in his hands. Are these ordinary beans? She asked. Avon, without hiding the admiration, explained the girl that they are soybeans. They taste in any form and can be stored for a very long time. First, soak soy in plenty of water and then cook over low heat until the grains are soft. Then put them on a colander. Mix until smooth and mix the resulting mass with yeast and salt thoroughly. After all the stages, it was only necessary to wait for the evening, putting the mass alone. Mirace watched with his friend and sincerely surprised his skill and knowledge. The village, with the help of magic, raised the temperature in the room to 60 degrees. Otherwise, the whole process would be delayed for another 2 weeks. Mirai, obviously passionate about what the guy tried to make, began to fall asleep with questions, which surprised him. A girl with long hair joyfully waved her hands and emotionally painted a bright picture. How the glow appeared thanks to the hard-working hands of the inhabitants of the village. She told what was the field of her family once, and what it became now. The guy was lost under such pressure. He was surprised that someone had noticed him at this moment, and he thought he had reproached himself for his carelessness. However, negotiating with children is simple. As soon as one soul remembered the flower lawn in the forest, the network immediately paid attention to this fascinating news, completely forgetting the glitter that fell from the boy's hands. So, the young magician had to spend her girl in the flowering lawn in the forest. Full of reproaches for his actions, he understood at the same time. It would be too difficult to justify it now. Therefore, it is only silent to apologize. That evening, 2 neighboring children opened a clay pot, and inside they found a thick brown mass, a miso. Mixing his culinary masterpieces, Achille noted that the recipe is still worth improving. However, as a first attempt, the result was quite good. The network, puzzled by an unfamiliar dish, was genuinely interested in whether it could be eaten at all, because she had not seen it before. Grasping the cooked mass from the pan, the cook gently fried it over low heat, added vegetables, and suggested that the girl taste the resulting dish. The girl's neglection twisted, hesitant to try something unfamiliar, but still bitten a piece. At the same moment, her face was delighted. Children's eyes glowed with genuine joy. What she tasted was not just delicious, it was incomparably appetizing, truly incredibly, even divine. Her delight caused the boys' sincere laughter. Azul laid half the harvest for his girlfriend and advised, "It can be diluted with water and cooking soup, marinating meat in it, or even frying with fish." Saying goodbye to Miri, the guy plunged into thought. The first seasoning created by a young farmer was miso. If he continues to find new ingredients, he will be able to produce even more delicious spices. If it now has soybean and the sugar will soon try to cook soy sauce. He dreams of frying meat in turpcom teriyaki, but these plans remain far away. To prepare the teriyaki sauce, you need to have sugar and mirin. The sugar has already managed to resolve all the questions, but how to create mirin is a real mystery. Theoretically, mirin can be replaced with alcohol or honey, because, in fact, it is a sweet rice wine that is used exclusively for cooking. In such a situation, it will be the easiest way to get honey. In the forest you can find honey, but it seems that the search for the necessary ingredients will have to be postponed. The night has already fallen to the village, but its inhabitants are not going to stop there. New goals are in front of them. The morning, which came, was no different from the usual. At least it seemed so first. Slightly sleepy, he went down, rubbing his eyes, and greeted everyone on a good morning. He was met with a surprisingly joyful, enthusiastical enthusiasm for his mother's intonation, whose face was already glowing with happiness. However, in the eyes of a woman glowing some anxious shine, and his dad seemed a little. The boy noticed that his mother looked surprisingly rested today, and joked, "They say, due to the fact that her beloved son went to bed this time. Recently, Emre persistently makes her son go to bed earlier. Perhaps the boy really looks tired. Unlike him, his mother looks even more charm. Maybe it's all about new cosmetics?" In fact, the eloquent reaction of the tired father who appeared at the table speaks for himself. But even the opportunity to use cosmetics has disappeared by itself. In this house there is not even a bath. The bath. This word was stuck on the guy's shoulders with a heavy, unbearable burden. After completing all the morning cases and gathering all the stocks, the stool with a huge passion decided to take up the construction of the bath this day. I wonder why the idea of erecting a bath did not appear in Azul before. Perhaps all because no dwelling in the village could boast. However, a clear construction plan was required to realize the plan. It was decided to take the tree as a basis. The bath was planned to make much more spacious and convenient than usual. However, only the idea of a hot boil caused a strange, peaceful expression on his face. So, having concluded a clear plan, the hero took advantage of the magic to strengthen his own body, and then began to cut the trees with the help of magic. Using the magic of the earth, he dug the ditch, and then built the main frame, later erected the walls and the roof. After all the efforts, the cupola was finally ready. This is a real victory. The bathroom came out spacious, but not excessively large. Our young master also dug the channel so that the water could flow quietly, and protected from rotting of the tree all water-repellent magic. The village even took care of a building with a dressing room. However, everything is quite simple inside. A cabinet, a rug, and a few towels found with a laundry basket. Admiring his creation, the guy noted that thanks to magic, everything was completed in an incredibly short time. He understood that he may have confronted with unforeseen difficulties, but it did not worry at all. The young owner suddenly distracting someone's voice, who asked that it was like this. These voices belonged to Emrea and Lark. It seems that the elderly family members came to find out what their son is so doing. At first, the father wondered whether the villagers had erected this building on their own, and, hearing the confirmation, did not restrain the admiration of his son's skill. His delight was supported by his mother, immediately asking to see what was hiding inside. Perhaps the new bathroom still kept the luster of the fresh structure, so everything inside was shining with cleanliness. Impressively, but Lark immediately recognized the bathroom in this amazing building. The guy only replied his father's guessing, explaining that he had previously been told by the Holy Father, putting his parents over the threshold of a shack and announcing that he finally decided to slap in the bath. The bullet plunged his baby into pleasant warm water, sinking into the hot water from which the clubs rose the couple. The guy felt like again born and did not regret the time spent here. However, his reflection was interrupted by a passionate voice that broke silence. Lark, with Emrea, entered the bathing, enthusiastically looking at the luxury that surrounded them. They noted with a slight longing that they could not imagine. The fate of ordinary farmers would bring them to such a sophisticated place. The sudden appearance of the father and mother was quite impressed by the boy. In his eyes, he had a spark of curiosity. He immediately began to quit for what reason they stripped, and quite logically guessed that, apparently, his parents decided to join him in the bathroom. Underlying indignation did not stop two adults, and assuring that they were one family, they were three with an angry son to break into the bathroom. As a result, almost all the hot water was waste. Lark relaxed in pleasant hot water. He confessed that this cup is a real miracle, as if all the fatigue was disappearing. Emrea agreed, adding that she would like to come here daily. The woman turned to her son with this question. For an unknown reason, a barely noticeable threat was heard in her voice, although the smile that shone on her face did not herald anything good at all. The boy was straining immediately, panic frozen in the boy's eyes. But despite this, the smile of his mother was truly creepy, and everything that just sounded was unambiguously hinted. No one forgot the hunt for the hidden bear. To avoid trouble, I said that, at the request of his parents, they can occasionally spend the days of bathing with him, smiling her son especially gently, and Maria assured that he and his father loved him. From these words, the boy's cheeks were melted. Returning home in the evening, he felt complete exhaustion, and from a hot bath he was even glowing. His face was punched like a ripe tomato. The boy was exhausted on the bed, almost falling asleep, while his parents, as if receiving a new tide of strength, exchanged with each other gentle words and warm jokes. Wishing her son good night and asking to fall asleep faster, she heard in response that after Macrea's bath, she was already sleepy. The next morning, a slight wonder prevailed in the air. Emre's face literally shone with joy, and her skin looked even more velvety and delicate than before. The troll began to worry the suspicion. He may have missed something, and without him something pleasant. However, the look of a tired father raised his doubts. A boy with white hair was already in the forest near the village, who watched fussy insects with delight. There was no doubt about this. These were really bees. As soon as the boy realized this fact, a whole kaleidoscope of feelings flashed on his face. Apparently he was happy, but at the same time in his view, expressive dissatisfaction was read. He finally discovered them. This is what explains the barely noticeable shade of dissatisfaction. The search for bees seems to be delayed for a long time, but in the end he managed to come across the hive. And if there is a hive, then honey must be close. Looking closer, he noted that these bees are a little larger than in his world, but it had no significance for him. Honey captured all his thoughts, fogged the mind, and deprived himself of self-control, both above his face and over thoughts, surrounding the bees with a dense square partition that completely cut them off the outside world. The guy immediately launched a fireball. Perhaps that is how he hoped once and for all to get rid of a dangerous threat to his life. Now that the bees were closed inside the barrier, where the flames were raging, only left patiently to wait, and soon the magic of the magician gave their results. The bees began to settle on the ground one by one. Smoke caused an acute lack of oxygen, and they all died instantly. When Osil approached to look at the bees, he realized how gigantic. It may not be bees at all, but some monsters, similar to them. If so, the boy should be alert. Suddenly, strange sounds were suddenly heard that made him look at their source. Just in the face of a huge hornet, threateningly buzzing. Only one bee was survived. In addition, it was much larger than the other. Maybe it's their queen? The guy anxiously watched the movements of the insect in front of him, but despite fear, gradually began to lose vigilance. The bee lingered in the air for a moment, and when the forces began to leave it a small calf, it went down smoothly to the ground, forcing the boy's heart to squeeze from excitement. Yes, he really arranged all this for the sake of a little honey, and now felt like a real monster. For the village, it was a real surprise. A barely audible call for help made his head in his head, and from which his eyes expanded, looking at the weakened Queen Bjol with a slight reproach. He wondered if she was trying to tell him something. Conscience has already reminded itself of itself. After all, a real duel is a stronger competition, not with those who are already defeated. Listening to the voice of conscience, the soul used healing magic. At first, the bee still trembled in uncertain wings, and in a moment she flew, describing a joyful circle around the boy, as if she wanted to express her gratitude. Smiling the winged creature, the young magician was glad that the girl finally feels better. After all, he was guilty of everything that happened to her. Unexpectedly for the guy, the bee fell gently on his shoulder, as if firmly decided to travel with him that. Considering the insect, the soul was gently wondered what it was in mind, and whether it means that she wanted to go with him. In response, the insect vigorously nodded a small muzzle. Lifting his finger to the face, the wolf wondered. If the mother noticed the bee, he would be angry again. Yes, perhaps if he suggests something. Having glared with his eyes, the guy noted, if she can from time to time bring him honey, he willingly take it with him. She reacted even more energetic to these words, turning violently. Thank you to the new companion. The guy solemnly noted that she was his family's from now on, and confessed that he was glad to get acquainted. For some mysterious reason, mutual trust was born between the two instantly. Amul watched his new companion and thought what to call it. After all, the queen bee remains the queen bee. Suddenly choosing her another name, he announced the bee that she would now wear the title of queen. The peasants responded to this news with a friendly disturbance of the wings, a wave of joyful trembling risen above the hive. Standing a few more moments in the same place where he had just met a new friend, the guy decided to move on to hunt. The village has never encountered such a stormy boar. Before him stood a beast, from which strange crystals protruded from the body, and all the skin was shaded by unusual cuts and wounds. Undoubtedly it was a monster, but in our forest they are not found. Maybe he descended from the mountains in search of food. But now it doesn't matter. It is much more important to think about a plan of action. From the reflection of the boy, his new companion was distracted. She hammered her wings, as if asking what he was busy. In response, he explained what he thinks right now how to approach the boar and catch it. Hearing this, Quinn instantly accepted the battlefield. And when asked if she is going to help, the girl was lightning forward, even despite the village behind. The speed at which Quinn moved allowed him to deceive the boar. At one rapid and accurate moment, he made the animal a strange, pierced sound. With each new movement, the speed of the queen was increasing, and her caban strokes became more accurate and apparently caused him more pain. After a series of powerful blows, the boar eventually fell down, and the bee, triumphantly waving the wings, hanged over the vanquished enemy. Although she could not speak, she was spoken for herself. Look at what I am capable of. Having rushed to meet her friend, the soul began to thank her heart with the whole heart, because he was a real miracle. A happier smile blossomed on the boy's face, and his praise, which was pouring on Quinn, rejoiced what seemed to be winged from joy. But it's time to pull this tired company home. After all, when he returned home, he put his fresh prey right in front of the threshold. The inhabitants of the village have already learned from his father that the guy again impressed everyone with his desperate adventures. Once upon a time in the forest huts, fierce creatures were fierce, constantly bothering the peasants. Because of this, the local had to hire brave adventurers. The boy's father assumes that this beast probably descended from the mountains, and sincerely rejoices that his son returned whole and unharmed. Emrea had already begun to reproach her son for his carelessness, but suddenly her cheeks were getting rid of her, because she was worried about something else. For example, a huge bee, who had an embarrassed peasant behind the back, was thrown at the daughter-in-law, which in this house seemed to be not expected to see at all. Looking at the pale mother, the guy assured that this creature was his personal companion spirit, and she would never hurt people. He also added that it was the queen who overcame the monster. Deciding to enter with Trump so that the mother could not refuse to leave B, the soul said, his friend promised to produce honey for us. When mentioning this face, Emre's face was instantly caught with joy. It seems that passion for sweets is a common feature of this family. So, as soon as her mother heard of the promise to cook honey, she did not hesitate to take a new resident to her home. It was beating a little from the panther. Although such a meeting could be called a little strange, Azula openly rejoiced that his new friend was not exposed, and the Quinn was clearly satisfied with such a turn of events. It was a trifle. It was necessary to build a house for a new resident. Armed with everything needed for the future construction of the village, Mirai and I went to the forest, which has long become a habitual platform for us. Measuring and posing honeycombs on a table that called a slight blow to a slight blow, the stool was fully focused on his business, despite the curious views of two pairs of eyes. There was an interesting, ringing maiden voice, full of interest in the new guy. He replied that he was building a hive, a house for bees that create a thick, golden nectar inside, which is already waiting in the pot. Dipping her finger into this substance, Marie tasted it and immediately illuminated with a satisfied smile. The sweet taste instantly spilled over her mouth. Quinn was a real owner of all bees, so even representatives of other species were obeyed, which provided many hives. The bees not only cooked fragrant honey, but also bravely protected the inhabitants from the invasion of monsters. And yet, mixing honey of different varieties, there were real taste masterpieces. Every one sweeter and more interesting than the other. Putting the hives on the ground, the soul was pleased to admire her work, and already imagined what wonderful things could be made from honey from the queen's hive. So, the guy began to cook raw ham with honey donated by the queen himself. Friends overwhelmed emotions. They happily cheered him up, and the work boiled. There are many types of dried ham, but this time the choice of packets. Although Asul explained everything in detail, both of his companions and Noise did not have what it was. Pancetta is a dried pork hatchet, whose name from Italian is translated as pork. It is also called raw salted bacon. First, the meat must be cooked, following the culinary intricacies. Then the brisket is cut into long strips, left to marinate for 7 days, and then stand in a cool place for 2 to 3 months for a breeze. The most important thing in the preparation of the brisket is the marinade of the church. It consists of water, salt, honey, onions, and garlic. All these ingredients should be mixed thoroughly in a saucepan, brought to a boil, and then allowed to cool. Honey, brought by the queen, will make this marinade truly unique. After learning that it will not be possible to taste a new dish today and have to wait, Mireille felt a slight annoyance. Smoking, smiling, the street was apologizing to her and promising, in winter he will prepare a lot of deliciousness. After the brisket was mounted in a deep bowl, it was placed on a special grate under the cooler so that it dried thoroughly. And then, O'Neill and Mireille said goodbye. Sitting on the ground, the guy blossomed in a happy smile. Now he will always have honey at hand. And on the eve of New Year, he will be able to eat a gentle brisket, all thanks to the queen. The village prevails the usual measured peace. Carefree life flows slowly. Meanwhile, it is time to harvest sugar beets soon. As soon as the beet is collected, the guy will have both honey and sugar. Now sweets no longer seem to him such an incredible dream. After all, the day he finally tastes them is constantly approaching. Finally, the long-awaited time of harvesting sugar beets. In the kitchen of his home, enthusiastic and hope, together with Quinn, he was preparing for sugar. First, thoroughly peel the beets from the rough peel, then cut it with neat cubes of about 1 centimeter. Then lower the pieces into hot water, heated to 70 degrees. Next, wrap the pan with a dense cloth and leave for about an hour. Then carefully remove all the pieces and turn the pan on the fire to continue to boil the juice. Boil the juice for about an hour, periodically removing the foam formed from above. When the liquid thickens and looks like a syrup, reduce heat and cook for a while. As soon as the mass becomes uniform white, remove it from the heat and mix constantly until the adhesive mixture is finely thickened. As a result of all the actions taken, everything should be put on a dry plate, and the dish is ready. The result was far from the expectations of the whole village, but no matter is perfect on the first attempt. Having tasted a piece, the guy confidently stated that it is sugar. However, there were many impurities left in it, and the sweets were not as much as they would like. Thinking about whether it is possible to clean sugar with the help of magic, the young cook plunged into reflections, imagining this miracle and trying to draw in his imagination what this process would look like. Thinking, in my imagination, a picture of the washing machine emerged. Water magic should be used. Imagine this rotation. The whirlpool of water picked up pieces of sugar just lying on the plate and carried them into the river. Veer continued to rotate unrestrained, and it was already visible that all the extra impurities gradually disappeared. In the process of moisture extracted from the sugar, 2 separate piles were formed. Sugar turned out to be perfect. Its white color resembled a snow-covered top, and the taste was exactly what it was supposed to be. Thanks to the generous yield of sugar beets, the work in the village has increased significantly. All were busy with sugar, so the days flew unnoticed. In a cozy corner, which contained his unusual workshop, a mountain of clay pots gradually stood on an empty platform near a modest house. Each of these cans had sugar, but the more caring the peasants were preparing them, the brighter and more saturated. Such a stock will be enough until next year. After winter you will have to plant even more beets because the seeds are still left. Given his reserves, he will be able to harvest twice or even 3 times. Now that sugar and honey have appeared in the village, there was no ingredient for treating delicacies. Recognizing that his dream is even closer to embodiment, He smiled, unrestrained with joy. Thinking about why not try to cook something right now, the young chef got into business. To begin with, he chose a simple dish, kneaded the dough and burned the oven. Subsequently, Newly, shining with joy, ran to parents to treat them with their own prepared flavors. The boy did not reveal all the mystery of his culinary masterpiece, but confessed that he sought very much to comfort the relatives. The touched parents gladly listened to the son's sincere words and immediately embraced him with all his love. Their boy was indeed an incredible child. Happy parents, surprised by the surprise, in their hands were rounded dough products, already eagerly sought to taste the dish that their son prepared. As soon as everyone raised these rounds to the mouth, a crispy sound came around the room. Amazed, both parents looked at the son with sparkling views. However, the behavior of the mother, who turned to him, like a little boy, caused some surprise. Despite the smile on her face, there was something barely terrifying in the woman's features. But it was worth asking what a new will immediately answered. "It's just a cookie." Emrea, glowing with a joyful smile, asked her son whether it was everything he had prepared. In response, the guy confessed that part of the collected plans to sell Mr. Sinter. The woman screamed so piercing that it became clear. Under no circumstances it could be done, otherwise a cruel fight would explode. The mother, without any reproach of conscience, grabbed small balls of dough and swept into her mouth, asserting her son that she was taking care of the rest of the cookies. Jesus, that was a little upset. Emrea was curious with interest from her son from where he got such a recipe. But the guy, smiling uncertainly, deceived her, saying that it was a special gift of his blessing, and for that, he must pay tribute to the goddess. Therefore, the basket with a cookie was empty, and with it disappeared and hopes to make something on sale. All 50 baked, which I all prepared, my mother ate herself. He seems to have underestimated the power of women's passion for sweets. Although now it looks quite satisfied, for some reason these memories give me a slight anxiety. Finally, merchants came to the village again. The guy decided to show the scripture of all the products he was able to create from sugar beet, as well as what he bought from it last time. He was convinced that this time he would definitely be interested in the merchant. Raising a handful of sugar on his palm, the swan was surprised that he had never seen such white sugar before. However, almost immediately, it became clear everything that concerns honey. Although Azul did not know that those whom he destroyed in the forest were the murderers, he was not mistaken. Lebrant instantly activated his trade skills and began to find out how much his new acquaintance is ready to sell. The instant response was heard without any hesitation. There are about 20 jars of sugar and 10 honey barrels. On the face of the merchant, a barely noticeable business smile shone, and he cheered. He stated that he was buying all the product that the guy had just offered him. Such a turn of events was difficult to predict. Lebrant voiced his prices for the product. He offered 5 gold coins for sugar, for honey, 4. Moreover, he emphasized that he was ready to add 5 silver coins from above for the highest sugar quality. Andal, struck by such a frantic price, again plunged into sweet delusions about unprecedented wealth, imagining how he turns gold coins into money from his past life. Suddenly the guy gathered with thoughts, looked at the merchant, and asked if he was not mocking to him. An unexpected sharp change in the guy's behavior puzzled the man. Smiling clumsily and lowering his shoulders, the swan mentally noted that Lark's son would not be so much overwhelmed, so he decided to raise the price of honey and sugar. Satisfied with the result, residents of the village have adopted an effective way to influence the merchant. Although, in fact, Lebrant has shown himself as a good man since he appeared in their village. He should appreciate such wonderful products. Thank you to the man for a successfully concluded agreement. The guy stretched out a small basket, adding that it was a modest gift in their cooperation. Seeing something incomprehensible, the merchant immediately decided to find out what it was. There is no sense to hide anything, so the peasant directly confessed that it was a cookie of his own cooking with sugar. As soon as the merchant bought a piece, a delicious crunch was heard in his mouth. Unexpectedly pleasant, sweet taste caused a wave of surprise. First of all, the merchant asked the boy whether he had a moment of this deliciousness, and in response, he heard the affirmative and agile confirmation. The reaction to a sincere response was too sluggish, which only exacerbated the confusion in the village. He did not expect such a sharp fracture in behavior. The brand was a skilled merchant. He immediately told the new partner he was ready to offer the gold for each basket of such a baking. Of course, if you still have any reserves. This price was stunned by a guy. Of course, he understood that honey and sugar were not cheap, but to demand so much for just one cookie, it was too much a little surprised. Smiling embarrassed, Gul reported that he had only one basket. He was immediately offered to buy this product quickly, and asked to wait a little while they were counting the money. In order not to burden the merchant with unnecessary calculations, the guy instantly voiced the final price. In fact, he calculated his profits so many times, which would be strange if he had not remembered how much he could expect. The stretched smile of Brant was too noticeable, so that the young merchant did not have suspicion. Having stretched out a heavy bag with gold, the man did not walk in circles and directly asked if he wanted to work for him in the future. The young man, amazed at such a proposal, sincerely confessed that he could not imagine himself, because he was just a simple poor peasant. So he politely and briefly refused. The man in the hat watched carefully how the village is moving away, and thought, no matter how hard, a simple peasant never earned 230 gold for one agreement. Moreover, the man was convinced that there are many trials for this child in the future. Somehow there was a small adventure. She became ill, and a few days lay in bed with fever, and next to the chair Rebellion was alternating the tool without pulling her eyes. The girl was burning with fever, but still apologized for her girlfriend to stay with him. The boy was not difficult, and otherwise, his girl's parents went to business, and it would be impossible to leave it in such a state. With warmth and sympathy in his gaze, he turned to his once cheerful and excessive energetic girl, advising her to rest more and not forget about water. She only nodded in response. Time was slowly floating, and the sun was steadily moving in the sky. My Ray, exhausted with a fever, fell asleep instantly, and the village seemed to be waiting for it. Raising from the chair and looking around, I was convinced that there was no one nearby. The guy lifted his hand to his girlfriend's face, calling for healing magic. The gentle light carefully enveloped her body, and breathing was leveled, and the dream became much calmer. After treatment, the heat will fall into the morning, and Mirai will again become the smiling girl he remembers. Covering his girlfriend with a blanket, he wished her a speedy recovery. Now, children are massively ill in the whole village. Everyone has the same symptoms: fever and severe weakness. Obviously, the cause lies in insufficient hygiene. Adults still escape, because they can use at least a small margin of magic to clean themselves. To solve this problem without resorting to magic, you will need cute. However, in this world it is a real luxury, expensive, it smells unpleasant, and does not cope with its task, because it is made of fat. So, the next day, the village decided not to delay, and conceived a grand case, to prepare soap. By the way, wherever he went, Quinn followed him. Reflecting how to make soap more enjoyable to use, the guy wondered, what about how to add flowers to it? But what flowers grew in this world? How he would like to be near the person who understands it. Suddenly his gaze met with Queen's. That's the answer. He really has someone who tells him about flowers. Their secret will be revealed not by man, but a real queen who feels the beauty of flowers better than anyone. Thanks to my families, I found a charming tree covered with bright white color. Admired by this beauty, he immediately recognized familiar flowers. These were camellias. Without spending time, the guy began to collect seeds that had already managed to be on the ground. He decided to plant several chameleon trees near his home. Probably the bees will appeal to such a novelty, and the home landscape shines with new colors. Gathering a full sperm bag, the stool wiped a drop of sweat from the forehead and smiled happy, admiring the results of his fruitful work. To get a liter of oil from camellia tress, it will take about 2 to 3 kilograms of seeds. Therefore, if he decides to grow a camellia tress, you should stock up in advance the required amount of seeds. The recipe for cooking chameleon oil is quite simple. You need to spread all the seeds in the sun and let them dry well. So we leave them under the rays for the whole day. We stew the seeds for 15 minutes, so it will lose excess moisture, and it will be easier to work with it. Then, with the help of magic, carefully release each grain from the husk. The press is required to displace the oil. When the hammer is hit on the wedge, the pressure is transmitted to the mortar, and the grains are released by oil. It is advisable to filter the resulting liquid to clean it from seed residues. Thus, it turns out pure, almost clear oil. In addition to the tender texture, chameleon oil also has an incredibly appetizing aroma. Next, add potassium hydroxide to the oil, which can be obtained by mixing calcium hydroxide and potassium carbonate. First, you need to get weeds from the garden and burn them. Mix ash with water. At the bottom of the vessel, a precipitate will form, and excessively settles will float to the surface. It is at the bottom that potassium carbonate settles. Calcium hydroxide can be obtained by adding a vacant lime to the water. It was his village that was purchased from Rebirth. Mixing these ingredients, we get potassium hydroxide. If you add camellia oils, the result is a soap base. Even in the form of the basis, the aroma of future soap was simply incredible. All you have to do is pour it into a form that can be cut from a tree. Having tried a few variants of soaps of various shapes, the soul finally decided to test her product on herself, plunging into the bathroom. The aroma in the room was surprisingly appetizing, namely soapy foams. If so goes, he will be able to sell this product. During a joint swim with Emrem's son, she paid attention to the soap they usually did not buy. The boy, remaining in cozy arms of warm water, proudly informed that he made its soap on his own, just adding a little oil, and suggested to try it together. Thus, the whole family was able to test a new soap created with the addition of chameleon oil. The next day the results were not slow. The face of Emery glowed with admiration. The incredible aroma and the striking effect on the skin were immediately felt. The advantage was obvious. It seems that for a rural family such a grief has become a habit. Emrea, inspired and renewed, as if risen, near her tired larks, and Azul, who has not been aware for a long time. And maybe he lost his ability to understand. Finally, the moment of meeting with Mireia has come. Since the girl was recently ill, the first thing they asked during a date was her well-being. Smiling and greeting her girlfriend, the long-haired girl Osasir assured that she feels much better. And without the support of the village, she would not be able to cope. To be honest, it was his care that helped her most. Rejoicing that his girl was almost recovering, the guy said that he had brought a small gift for her. Dear delicacies, and a bin of fragrant cookies. The gratitude was mutual. Gifts for the mini-ray have not ended. The guy stretched his beloved soap in the shape of a flower. The girl admired the unusual beauty and charming aroma of soap, and her girlfriend jokingly advised to wash her hands every day. The little girl was sincerely moved by his words, that he created it specifically for her. She was even more expedited by the confession that he did not want her to get sick. From this cheeks of the baby only blushed more. In gratitude for his care and excitement, Mapace gently kissed her childhood girlfriend in the cheek. Now both turned red. So the quiet days of a simple farmer came. The seasons changed slowly, and winter reigned on the street. Throwing a few more polygens to the fireplace, Azul Merapi dissatisfied with the piercing cold. He could not warm himself except it. Winter was really unnoticed, by suddenly jumping them with its frosty blanket. Even with the arrival of winter, when the merchants appeared in the village, there was a special revitalization and a host. Now, Ausel could go out to the Maidan in silence and say hello on his own. The trade greeted its supplier on a good morning, and in a moment there was a conversation between them. Playing up for the request to produce only these products, the man explained that the aristocrats from the capital are just crazy from it. The Lebrant also decided to warn his friend. Many people are wondering where he gets his goods, and he has now managed to hide the supplier's name. However, if the ruling family goes directly to him, he will no longer guarantee this secret. The man, once again apologizing for what can only help with warnings, smiled, and in response received the same confused smile. It seemed that everyone was convinced that the merchants were only taking care of their own benefit. But now Lebrand, passing him a bag of money, had an extremely exhausted look. Obviously, the true state of affairs was much more complicated than the one he described earlier. In order not to annoy the merchant with his vibrations, the soul promised not to interfere in his affairs and no longer bring him goods. She assured that in the winter and so much to sell nothing, and will return in the spring, with something really valuable. With the words that he does this, that a friend can at least rest, the swan only laughed and added that he still could not get up how he was in business with such a young man. After that they said goodbye. With the onset of the evening, life in the village house did not think to subside. In the boy's head, she raged many ideas that he sought to embody before the arrival of spring, and the first thing was the preparation of soy sauce and miso paste. If you evaluate by modern standards, the guy will be able to recreate only about 60% of dishes, because he still lacks true skill in cooking. But all the difficulties are overcome due to persistent attempts and mistakes. If the whole community decided to arrange such a feast, then the central dishes were to become chicken in the teriyaki and miso soup sauce. However, the bird should still be hung. So, warming, the peasants went hunting for a snowy bird. Snowy bird. These creatures grow up to 50 centimeters in length, and the scope of their wings in flight reaches a meter. As the name implies, their plumage is white, as if the snow is just burning. However, meat was very appreciated in the village. Only the idea that even in winter, when most animals sleep in burrows, he will be able to eat juicy meat and share it with Mirai, inadvertently caused a smile on his face. The snow was pouring in large pampered flakes, quietly covering the earth, and the guy thoughtfully wondered. No monster happened to him in the way. Maybe the reason in the winter? At least because of her, everything around looks incomparably beautiful. Suddenly a warning broke out from the spell of detection. Someone was nearby. Hiding behind the nearest tree, the stool looked gently from behind the trunk, wary of looking around. Before his gaze, a wonderful picture, a snow-white bird with a sophisticated, graceful outline, which involuntarily caused him admiration. Looking carefully, the guy forgot his purpose. Was the same snowbird in front of him? After all, the one that did not look at him was much larger than he imagined the stories. But suddenly the guy in his head was heard. His appearance has long guessed. There was no point in hiding. Did it just seem to him? Did the bird really turn to it in human language? Who is she actually? All this series of strange events reminded me of a familiar history, but the villagers did not attach any importance. There was a huge bird near the village. One of the inhabitants, armed with only a good mood, looked carefully at the feathered guest, smiled warmly, and after calling his name, greeted him. The peasant was warmly dressed, because the winter prevailed outside, and fluffy snowflakes slowly fell from the sky. The bird looked at the village and smiled. Then he began to share with him. A guy from this village is surprisingly interesting and educated. Such a person happens to him for the first time. The soul thought that there were really smart creatures. The birds straightened their wings, shaking their heads vigorously, on which fluffy chouprins stood lavishly. A powerful aura suddenly flashed around each of them. At that moment, one of the observing souls felt, this bird is much more powerful than himself. The tools were frowned, the alarming thoughts were circulated in his head. One false action, and this bird can end it instantly. But the bird blossomed into a warm smile and assured that he was experiencing the concern of the village, but he had nothing to worry about. A tool and a bird stood on a snowy lawn among gorgeous trees. The peasants suggested that the birds of the beauty, apparently, are snowy. However, the bird looked closely at the villagers and denied. They were wrong. In fact, she is a representative of the Luke. Hearing this, the peasants thought about its true origin. The face of the village was a little bit. Sleeping, smiling, it began to justify itself, they say. This bird. Nothing more than a legend. A true mythical creature. However, the bird looked carefully at the village and confirmed his words. He really is one of these creatures. Ahul's face was covered with sweat. He smiled nervously and thought that he was fortunate to hold back and not rush to the bird. Then, Ahul, with the appearance of complacent, replied the bird that he guessed everything almost immediately. One of the audience raised his hand and, stepping away, smiled, noting that it was time to move, and the bird was no longer going to be worried. After these words, the bird closed his eyes peacefully. The tools were already going to go, but suddenly stopped, covered with a wave of anxiety when the bird turned to it and asked to stay. Meanwhile, the snow, without tired, quietly stepped on the ground and lay on the black branches of trees. Sweat drops were flowing across Ahul's face. He was exhausted with anxiety at the bird. He remembered that he could be useful to him. The bird stared at the village carefully, saying, "It feels there," which does not correspond to the young age of its carrier. In addition, she needed to understand her own essence more deeply. The bird opened its wings again. Then he said that he was interested in this village, and from now on he would watch him closely. Nearby, the boy stopped. The cheeks were fluttering, and the mouth was surprised. There was a mouth on the village's face. It was frozen, hurriedly and anxiously shouting, so that the bird immediately explained what exactly had to mean his words. The bird looked at the village with suspicion and asked if he had. There was some objections. From excitement, the village was even more swearing. The tools lowered the head and said that the bird is free in its desires and can do it its own will, because it is not different from others. On this, the bird proudly lifted his head and replied that he would choose his fate. Meanwhile, the snow was tirelessly pouring on the ground and the crown of trees, not intending to stop. The bird straightened the wings and reported that it should become smaller in order not to attract the extra attention of people. In addition, he suggested that he invent a sweet name for him. The fool in response just smiled, thinking that the bird was incredibly passionate about it. The instrument smiled nervously and offended the bird's name. The bird looked at the village with interest, thought for a short time. Several moments they were silent. Finally, the bird lifted his head, laughed, and said that the villagers really invented a wonderful name. The bird, declining several times in size, eventually on the shoulders of the village. Looking at him, he said that he should now turn to him as a hook. One soul, embarrassing, cast a shy look at the bird. Then the village suggested returning home. The bird smiled cheerfully, and replied that she could no longer wait when she saw what human children were doing. The instrument put the bird on his shoulder, and together they went on. Looking at his feathered friend, he jokingly suggested that because he probably even liked the journey. However, he noted that the hacker did not speak in the presence of outsiders. He nodded at this, they say. He understood everything, and promised people to behave unnoticed as a regular bird. Allah and Haka were staying at home. The peasants notified the owners about his return. Suddenly, a huge bee flew to the hub, and hanging nearby began to look at it. The hack was struck in the insect, frightened and covered with sticky drops of sweat. The bee flew to the village and spoke immediately, demanding to explain who came with him. Kuela was agitated, frozen, and began to explain that the bee was misunderstood. After a while, Hako approached the bee, and they met. The bee glanced strictly on the hacker. When one of the souls saw this scene, a surprise appeared on her face. The bee hung just in front of the hack, and they looked at each other silently for a minute. The soul that was among them was uncertainly thinking whether these two do not communicate in such a strange way. A little time passed, and the bee was opposite to the hack. The guy closed his eyes and began to shake his churches vigorously on all sides. His face was a blush, and his gaze remained wary. He did not take his eyes on what happened around. Then Hako looked carefully at B, and began to tell how he had already explained everything and revealed all the details. It may be even a friendship between them. At this time, the whole village was genuinely pleased with the happy ending of the events, and the fire was gently pouring a flame, filling the home with comfort. The hook was looking at the village and noticing that the bee was just crazy from the local life. Then he cast his gaze on himself, was surprised, and suddenly the bee flew to him, and he once again expressed his surprise, noting what she was sweet. Meanwhile, the hack, closing his eyes, stood quietly near the boys. Snow was still falling outside the window, and in the village, meanwhile, they inspired different Tilly about the hack. It took a while, and finally the sun looked, illuminating the trees on which a fluffy layer of snow lay. On the street, near the plowed field, there were trade carts. The merchants vividly offered a variety of clothes to the local residents, and they looked at the proposed shops with interest, looking at the shopping. The fool with network went next to a friend. They stopped in front of the swan and greeted, smiling widely. The swan also shone in response, quitting that they had not been seen for a long time. During the winter, the boys grew noticeably. The winch and the boys have a conversation that there is almost no one in the winter, but with the arrival of spring the situation is significantly improving. Miri raised her hands with a smile and showed a variety of dishes, saying that real culinary masterpieces are being prepared in the village. Meanwhile, the blushing was discontinuing. The tool noted that today he did not bring food with him. But suddenly, a glass bottle with a sophisticated lid appeared in front of him. There was some liquid inside, and an unusual charming glow was pouring from the bottle. LeBron and Network enthusiastically came to consider a bottle with liquid. She looked fascinated with an unusual, sophisticated shape, and thought that it was such a beautiful vessel. LeBron, cautiously turning the bottle in his hands, noted that it is a real glass, a thing that you will rarely see. Such sophistication is a rarity in our time. Perhaps, as she is here, she would be able to tell more about what he is inside. The duel opened a bottle and dripped a few drops of liquid on his palm. LeBron and the Shimmer was surprised to watch these actions of the village. Sleeping smiling, the duel explained that he tried to create a healing elixir, but instead received this unknown substance by accident. Ayo. He turned to Miri and asked her to suffer a little. Then, moistening his palms with the liquid from the bottle, he gently put them in the girl's face. Miri was surprised by such an unexpected gesture from the village, The liquid gradually absorbed into the skin on the face of Myri, and she looked with surprise in front of herself. For a while, Mireille's face shone with soft light. Lul assured that it was a skincare lotion. He deeply moisturizes, gives her softness and sophisticated glow. The Lebrant carefully took the bottle in his palm, noting that the villagers created a real masterpiece. Such a remedy would undoubtedly impress any young lady. The tool smiled nervously, and then asked if the swan guess how much this lotion costs. The swan thought, rubbing chin. Men at this time were vividly discussed that the village was ready to sell only 100 bottles, and this, to stop. The Lebrant spread his hands and smiled, assured that the village is already well aware of all the consequences of increased demand, so he accepts their supply. In response, the soul also smiled mysteriously with the swan. Against the background behind his back, the newly bloomed lan was visible. The boys stopped the edge of the road, near the shops, and began to wave for a farewell to the winch. Some of them stretched a bag of coins, imagining that he had already earned 10 gold per bottle, and therefore you can continue to make a profit from future sales. The boys were in the midst of the forest. Mireille raised her hand up and announced that new research was waiting for them, and Newell smiled and suggested that it is time to go deep into the forest and start collecting potatoes. The boys were in the middle of the potato field, on all sides of the thick forest. Miri took possession of the sticks and vigorously waved them. Meanwhile, Ayul collecting vegetables slowly. I am convinced that he has no reasons for anxiety. He has already defined his fate. 2 months have passed, and the village turned into a real hive, humming from conversations. In the streets, residents were hovering, enthusiastically discussing the cause of the invasion of the aristocrats in such a large number. In the middle of the crowd, a pale figure frozen. She looked nervously into the distance, not taking away the alarming look from what was happening ahead. The swan stopped in front of the village. His forehead was covered with drops of sweat. He smiled uncertainly, raising his hand in indecisive greetings. At the gate, aristocrats were swollen, gorgeous crews were visible behind their backs, and only the drowsy forest and majestic mountains stretched. Sweat drops rolled up with the face of his soul. He scolded and caught himself thought, Lebrant is unlikely to withstand the pressure of the nobility. He brought them here, and it seems that these nobles liked this lotion. Moreover, other things created by the soul run the risk of attracting unnecessary attention. Therefore, he wants to leave this place as soon as possible to avoid suspicion. Sleeping his hands in his arms, the swan with a friendly smile on his lips began to apologize for his late. However, he immediately added that he had taken a lot of goods for sale for local residents. He was carefully listened to by all those present, not hiding the interest of Lebrant. Subsequently, the rumors crawled among the inhabitants. They say that Lebrant actually sought to close his eyes on everything that was happening. Now they broke their head. What step to take next? The score's face was covered with sweat. Nervously casting his gaze towards the village, he repeated that it was the dear gentleman who wanted to meet with the seller who has purchased a new product. But the Lebrun immediately warned, this person is a real riddle, and they will not be able to find it. The tools decided that the Lebrant was trying to protect him, so it is worth behaving like an obedient child and not different from others. Smiling, he raised his hand and informed with a seeming ease that his mother had instructed him to buy soybeans just as a Lebrant came. The Lebrant looked nervously to the village and, trying to hide the excitement, smiled. They say they did not see you for a long time. He did not forget to thank the residents for always buying goods from him. In response, one of the souls threw an alarming smile at the Lebrant. When silence came around, the girl was in a hurry. She called the Lebrant loudly, and it was even more strained by him and his companion. The girl came out of the carriage and said he could tell him about this child. Swoobren, noticeably embarrassed, hastened to note that Asul was just a simple rural boy. And Asul himself kept his breath from the grip, looking at the girl, and mentally recognized Mrs. Moore. The Chul imagined a charming castle with majestic towers. He thought that Ms. Moore could be the wife of the Count, the owner of these lands. In addition, it is endowed with reason and has powerful magic. This woman fully corresponds to her high position. The device demonstrated a variety of bottles, imagining that the lady is watching all the fashionable novelties and is concerned about her own appearance. Perhaps the new lotion brought her here. The woman leaned to the village inhabitant and began to ask him about soybeans. The guy lifted the bag and smiled, replied that his mother would prepare a seasoning from soybeans. There are thick forests and treated fields behind the village. Sweat drops appeared on the forehead, and he suddenly realized that he answered without even thinking about words. The Lebron stood next to the lady. He was headed by droplets of sweat. Sleeping smiling, he said that it turns out that pasta was made from these beans. Mrs. Moore's face tightened a cloud of dissatisfaction. She cast a bad look at the Lebrant and said sharply that he should not interfere with her conversation with this child. The Lebrant approached the village. The sweat droplets drained on his face. He nervously muttered an apology for the unfortunate misunderstanding. A kind of soul froze next to him, and the swan, all squeezing, felt the fear of his heart. The tool kept a bag of beans in his hands and assured that Mr. Lebrun was not deceived. In their village, these beans were really often used to make pasta. Moore looked at Atua's suspicion, and, clamping her chin with her hand, realized that the peasants did not fool her. She felt it. At some point, the tool wondered. Did it just seem to him that Mrs. Moore was using magic to recognize lies? The wall, closing her eyes, confessed that she had not had such the use of soybeans before. This method seemed amazingly unusual. Mrs. Moore leaned closer to the village, and a sincere smile shone on her face. She thanked her time. Someone, looking at Mrs. Moore in surprise, noticed how a special, somewhat tense atmosphere reigned around. The girl suddenly turned and quickly went to the side, where the crews and the human crowd stood. Her satellites, without hesitation, followed the carts. The Lebrant put his palm on his chest, feeling the sweat slipping with drops. He exhaled calmly, staring at the distance. A soul stood in silence, watching the gentleman moving away. Mrs. Moore cast an evaluating look at the boys, reflecting on the situation. The Lebrant pressed his hand to his chest, and feeling excitement, smiled lightly. Suelle looked at him and also smiled back. The girl looked at the smiling blush of this boy's face and thought that he did not give the impression of an ordinary child. The instrument caught Mrs. Moore's gaze and looked at her puzzled. The girl looked away, thinking, in the body of the peasant the excessive concentration of magic, which he tried to hide. It was this inhabitant of the village of Lebrant that he sought to hide from other people's eyes. The girl imagined the village and did not stop thinking. For a long time she could not remain secret. In the end, a child who has grown among the peasants has extremely strong magic, and this causes at least suspicion. The peasant's face was blinking. He laughed. I was convinced that this time he was truly lucky. Already from tomorrow, he will be able to enjoy the peaceful life of the farmer again without worrying. Next day. The forest is a lonely traveler. Suddenly he froze and looked away. Something alerted him. It seemed to him that the thick bushes were closely watching the careful look. The peasants could not distinguish the face of the man who followed him. While the soul was in the garden, she said, probably this observer sent Mrs. Moore. She is decisive and not going to retreat. This is undoubtedly. The tools recalled the sweet face of the bee and the Q, which were hidden in the bushes. Q was convinced that he was not able to use magic, so he asked himself and the bee to be temporarily hidden. The duel took the water and smiled, carried it. At this point, he wondered. It is time to live like a regular peasant. Recently, he has relied on magic too often, and the rejection of it will allow him to truly appreciate the simple joys of daily life. 2 more weeks have passed. The village was located near his home. Some soul was stubbornly cut the firewood with a heavy axe, and from fatigue was constantly wiped wet from the sweat of the face. Sleeping, the tools thought that for several days he did not feel a surveillance, but decided to make sure. He found himself among the dense forest huts, spread his hands to the sides and began to weave the magic of detection. There were shimmering lines around the village. Closing his eyes, he wondered. For 2 weeks he did not seem a short term, but it seems that Mrs. Moore lasted patience to wait longer. Hacha and Abi suddenly appeared behind the village and screamed his name loudly. From the surprise, the bullet was red and issued a frightened cry. He quickly put his hands in front of him and exclaimed loudly that he asked for a hack, and Bay did not go until he signed. They probably watched him, but the Hako immediately denied. It does not matter now. They came, because the situation became unmanageable. The instrument looked at the hack in surprise. However, he just turned away from him and advised to use spatial vision to install Azar as soon as possible. Asul stared at the mountain, then spread his hands wide and began to spell. In those days, The village believed that these mountains were on the outskirts of Onan, at the foot of the monsters from rank A to D. Even dragons found a shelter here. The instrument shuddered. The hacker cast his gaze on him and said that the village finally realized the essence of what was happening. On the radar screen, many points suddenly replaced. The instrument seemed as if they were coming to meet the whole horde of the monster. More than 100 terrible creatures. In the village appeared fierce monsters, armed for teeth. They swept the earth and the sky. It seemed that these insurances were going directly to the village. The peasant's face was filled with horror. He looked at the hacker and said that the situation was really extremely alarming. The hacker introduced it and explained that concern was quite justified, because the danger was not only hanging over the villagers. The bee was circling in the air, and the hook, looking at the village, said that he, along with the bee, went to protect the inhabitants of the ancients. The task of the villagers is to protect their own home. Sweat drops rolled on the face of our leader, who, a little confused, listened to the words of the hack. The tools had no idea how to give the advice of a monster. The hacker imagined the darkness over the village, and confidently stated that his fellow villagers were sure to cope with the threat. If everything turns the worst, the village can be wiped from the face of the earth. In this thought, he felt and thought. Gathering his will in his fist, Tool stopped panic. Looking at the guy, Kak noted that the residents of the village became decisive, and it was noticeably naked. There was very little time. They went to the village, and now it had to use all their strength. The Tool suddenly jumped out of the forest, and finally promised that he would do his best. The hook, along with the bee, was rushed to the opposite direction. In response to these words, the hacker replied that in this case, they would not say goodbye. The Tool was at home. While he was rushing forward, he thought that the Haka of B was able to save other villages. However, he himself had another urgent business. The chair pushes the door with his hand and finally opens them. As he runs to the house, he immediately begins to scream and call his parents loudly. The parents stood in front of the village, embarrassed and taken over by fear because of the sudden appearance of their son. Meanwhile, a moon was rising from the crowd of peasants. People said that a whole flock was coming from the holy mountain. If not stopped, the village is threatened with inevitable death. The parents of the parents appeared drops of sweat. They looked at their son frightened and finally realized that there was no joke in the village. The village did not quench, saying loudly that it was not a joke at all. People had to evacuate immediately. The father looked back to his native village with fear. The elder of the village poured his eyebrows and began to explain persistently that the situation was really extremely alarming. But his son sniffed his father's story, deciding that he would go to the village himself, and his parents should run away from this place immediately. The Tool departed from his parents, eventually apologized to them, and suddenly rushed to flee from the house. The rural adults looked at him with fear, and when he got away, loud shouts swept the village with his name. When Ettela fled the house, he closed his eyes firmly, and in his thoughts pleaded for his parents to forgive him. They are probably angry with him, but otherwise, he could not do. It was later revealed that the village was located on a hill. He directed a careful, focused look. Imaging how the flames spread around, he realized. While parents saved the residents, he himself should act too. He raised his hands up with a sense of determination and began a witch. The Tools raised his hands high above him, and in a moment the sky cut a powerful explosion. The magic continued to rush at the hands of the residents of the village. The Tool stopped at once, stopping the witchcraft. He sharply turned, confident. The subordinate Mrs. Moore is still in the village, and this loud explosion will certainly attract his attention. The Tools turned his gaze towards the mountains. From there the head rushed the invasion of monsters. Clouds of chicken rolled out of the crazy movement of their paws and hooves, twisting in the air with a live whirlwind. Looking closer, the hero noticed how a whole horde of all monster came on all sides. The monster opened their mouths, and some of them also kept weapons. The Tools looked at the angry faces of the monster and guessed that there were many of them here. All of them seemed the same. Crazy, wild creatures, as if they were panic, headed down from the mountain, as if fleeing from some threat. The Tools mentioned the monsters he met earlier and thought, suddenly these creatures descended from the mountain for the same reason as the present? With this thought, he spread his hands wide and stated loudly that he had nothing left but to take advantage of magic to save the village. Errol stood on the ground raising his hand up and began to spell. From his palm into the sky a real burden flew. A tornado was born. Meanwhile, high Christmas trees grew around the village, enveloping it with a green ring. The village raised both hands and called for a devastating tornado. The gusts of the wind pierced the bodies of the monster, which was getting closer to the village. The charming artifact did not stop its action. The stormy gusts of the wind were struck by the monster. Their limbs and wreckage of armor poured down, flying around. Tula's face was filled with sweat, and he was convincing the air, trying to breathe. Just before the village, there were creatures that were still trusted until recently. In some of them, the limbs are mercilessly detached, sweat drops drained on a cold face. He breathed heavily and looked closely at the monsters. In the end, he calmly clasped one eye. He said that he was able to deal with the first detachment. The village froze on the ground. Near it, the bodies of the killed monsters were lying. The warrior duche resolutely stood in a battle stable. His gaze was directed forward, to the hill, from the top of which a new horde of monsters was coming. Above the crowd, the monsters rose the dust clubs, celebrating their rapid approach. Jello's face glittered with sweat, and under the eyes of darkening circles from exhaustion. He looked carefully forward, thinking about the excessive number of monsters. If the attacks of enemies do not stop, he will not have the strength to overcome them all. Asel tensed, then raised his hand, causing magical energy. A bright glow broke out in his palm. By loudly proclaiming that now is not the time for complaints, Asel strongly proclaimed, he will use his most powerful spell now. Holding his hand high above himself, the hero used spells called Thunderblow. Many lightnings pierced monsters that were crowded below. The creatures impressed with electrical discharges are powerlessly squeezed, falling under the pressure of the thunder. As soon as the spell was dispelled, the earth was laid with charred monsters. Those who were fortunate enough to survive with horror looked at the remains of their brothers. The village was huddled on a piece of land, which was not yet destined to become a mass grave for the vanquished monsters. Meanwhile, the new horde of the centuries was already approaching its surroundings. The face of the village was covered with sweat, and it was preparing to strike another charming blow. In a moment, a crowd of monster that came to the settlement was pierced by lightning flashes. A spooky picture is spread before the village. A field littered with burnt bodies. However, new bizarre creatures still emerged from the darkness. Some of them were armed and steadily moved to the village. The sweat jumped on the tension of the face, and the curls of the hair were stuck in a clutter. Slightly smiling, he looked at the fallen monsters and noted that he really coped with the task. But he did not have time to rest on how new enemies began to appear on the field, this time armed monsters. The village fell to the ground, and a huge stone was frozen with silence. Oshwell rests with his hands on the ground, heavily lowers his head and quietly confesses, "All the bad. There is almost no strength." The next moment on the face of the whole village was frozen horror. Everyone shuddered from the piercing roar of a mysterious creature, which broke the silence and instilled in the hearts of people a true fear. The tool still stayed on the ground. Raising his head, he noticed a giant dinosaur. The monster issued a loud growl and looked carefully at the surrounding area. Behind him, and near the massive paws of dinosaur, other spooky creatures were jumped. The tools were horrified. He looked at the monster and understood. Before him, a real imperial lizard, which seemed to have disappeared from this world for a long time. The monster had its rank, and could erase the whole village from the face of the earth. The monster annoyed his pashak, growing loudly. A moment later, it aimed its piercing look to the side where the village was located. He opened his eyes wide and surprised his mouth. The tool lifted the protective barrier lightly, but the monster easily broke through it. From a powerful impact, the device flew away, and the hat of the old age flew from the head, picked up by a gust. The monster waved a powerful tail, and the restless soul flew in the air rapidly, splashing blood from his mouth. The soul fell to the ground with a roar and shouted at unbearable pain. Above the village were rising dust clubs. He slowly got off the ground, moaning with pain. Raising his head, the man carefully wiped the blood from the face. The tool stared at the giant monster that stood in front of him. An alarming thought was in mind. The things were bad. The forces were almost exhausted. It is not a fact that his magic will affect this prehistoric monster. All magical energy went to the challenge of lightning, and now it seemed impossible to live without magic. In a moment, a dinosaur was transformed with threatening claws rapidly moving to the village. His intention was obvious. He was going to attack the settlement again. One of the shoemakers, noticing the giant paw, froze with horror. Dinosaur attack was lightning. The tool only had time to glance at their clawed paw and realized, Too quickly, it would not have time to evade. The instrument fell deftly to the ground, but the guy remained unharmed, because suddenly before him and the dinosaur, a hacker. He repelled the attack in time. Both the monster and even the hack were stunned by such unexpected appearance. Suddenly, before the very muzzle of the royal dinosaur, the bee was circulating. She rapidly attacked him, blinding the flashes of light, and the owl lifted her head, glanced up. The muzzle of the hacker and bees were characterized by focus and tension. They froze in the air, looking closely at the opponents. Suddenly, someone's soul broke into a cry, shouting the names of the hack and the bee. The eye looked like a tool, glanced at the hack and smiled, saying that the boys arrived in time. In response, the hook politely apologized to the village for his late. The hook, along with the bee, flew into the sky rapidly and promised the tool to help in the battle with the monsters. The tool itself had to take the dinosaur. The next moment, the hacker and bee rapidly rushed to the monsters, surrounding them and attacking them from all sides. The monster fiercely tried to repel the attackers. A smiling instrument commented that not for nothing the legendary bird and the bee queen, they will certainly cope with any monster. Some type, looking at the dinosaur, stated loudly that he would become his opponent. They say, let the monster attack him. The monster immediately fired at the village and fiercely fired her teeth. Without hesitation, the monster rushed directly to the village, loudly giving a fierce rick. Under the paws of a dinosaur with a roar, stones jumped. The tool took the battle rack, completely prepared for the attack of the monster. He remembered how he once did not manage to avoid admiration. One time the monster still managed to catch him on hot. The monster was moving to the village, but he cleverly evaded, having time to bounce sideways. At that moment, the soul noted that if you look closely at the creature, you can see that it is moving not so quickly. The tool closed his eyes, focusing on the magic. His hair began to elongate, and light water bubbles were stuck around him. Gathering force, he put his hands forward, and in rapid stream attacked the monster with a water gun. Water drops were scattered against the body of the monster, which was completely immersed in the water element. It turned towards the village and threateningly stirred up. The monster shook his tail, but the tools cleverly evaded the impact. In his thoughts, the tool noted that the scales of the monster were extremely strong. The attack was quite useless. Assel widened in the air, cleverly evading the frantic blows of the dinosaur, and corresponded to the water. Even salt attacks, as he became convinced, were not in vain. The monster stood, turning away from the village, constantly waving his tail. The settlement was spreading in the air, cleverly evading the crazy attacks of the beast. The village was hanging in the air, but just before him the dinosaur tail fluctuated. A stool closed his eyes, put his hands forward, and without delaying, began to put water attacks once after. After that, the whole village swept over the giant head of the ancient creature. The village did not stop around the dinosaur, releasing water jets from a water gun. Dinosaur fiercely shook his tail, trying to repel the attack, and all his efforts were in vain. One soul sighed. It was quite obvious to her that the forces of the village could not be compared to the power of the dinosaur. The weapon smiled, feeling the wave of delight from what was happening. He could not imagine that the battle with such a powerful opponent would bring him so much joy. The flow of water flowed on the body of the monster, who, staring deftly, glanced forward. The monster glanced to the soul, which stood on the earth and teased him tirelessly. A bold smile blossomed on his soul face. He has fun. I am convinced that he uses water attacks against a high-rank monster. The tool was frozen in the air, and the guy stretched his hands forward and began to create icy balls. Acute ice fragments at frantic speed flew to the side where the dinosaur was hiding. The dinosaur suddenly lifted the muzzle upwards and roared loudly, when his body gradually began to be covered with an icy crust. The water remained in the monster instantly freezes. A few seconds have passed, and the monster thundered to the ground, lifting thick clouds of dust around. Some instrument imagined the silhouettes of dinosaurs and, smiling, thought that with the onset of the cold of the reptiles would barely move. After all, dinosaurs are just a kind of reptiles. Therefore, this monster did not clearly expect such developments. The pool closed his eyes, putting his hands forward, and began to spell. There was a trembling magical circle between his palms. Imaging the vector, the pool tried to imagine how he used the magic of lightning, and the iron coin, as a conductor. The face of the village has changed beyond recognition. It has become a strict, decisive look. Asul stretched his hands forward. Magical energy began to thicken in his palms. Asul said firmly. Now the monster is finally defeated. The duel raised his hands forward and released a powerful charge of ultra-electromagnetic energy. The ray of force instantly crashed into a dinosaur. Lightning sparks rolled up the massive body of the monster, and it opened the mouth from which a long tongue extended. The tool was firmly in his hands as he extended them forward. The bright outbreak of magic slowly faded, leaving behind only a gradual shadow of light. In the very heart of the Monrav city, from a powerful blow of the village formed a through-hole. The sparks of the electric charge were still fluttering in the Moonliansk body, and a cloud of dust rose around it. The monster lifted her head, spread her mouth, and released a terrible roar. From her wounds, blood and smoke slowly on her head. A little time passed, and the monster was protected, and then it fell down. When it was swept on the ground, a pillar of dust was taken into the air. The tool slowly rose to the head of the monster. On the face of this tool, droplets of sweat, which he nervously waved his hand. He was surprised to look at the hole that he gaped in the skull of the beast. Then Asul fell to the ground. His arms and legs are stretched in different directions. He lay, breathing hard, trying to restore strength. Closing his eyes, Asul acknowledged. It was not easy to overcome the monster, because his energy was almost exhausted. Hacha and Abi appeared in front of the village. The boys immediately began to praise him, they say. In the battle he showed himself in 100. They did not expect another from the hack, only a worthy victory. The tool was embarrassed, but sincerely thanked the boys for their praise and asked how they managed to cope with other monsters. In response, the hacker, smiling, assured that the village was afraid of nothing. He and the bee coped with all the troubles. Hakul rose from the ground and exclaimed loudly, which was declaring the battle complete. Together with bee, they flew into the air and rushed away. Behind the Hakula's back, a majestic landscape opened. Spruce and mountain ranges stretched down to the horizon. Parents from the village lined up on the narrow path that led to the house. On the side of the road, the well-groomed front gardens were green. Behind the house stretched the plowed fields. The village appeared on the other side of the road, just where the parents stood. The tribunal was grabbed by his hands, happily greeting his relatives. The parents glowed with happiness, seeing that the village had returned to them. The tool rushed to their parents, and they hugged firmly. The joyful residents of the village also wrapped it, greeting it loudly and celebrating its return. A happy smile blossomed on his father's face, and tears of joy shone in the eyes of the mother. Mom, moving smiling, confessed that she wanted to tell a lot, but above all she was endlessly happy to see her son at home. And Tulul tilted his head and began to apologize to his parents. Above the roof of the village dwelling, the sky was gradually tightened by dark clouds. The father of the soul approached him and calmly informed that now they should no longer worry about the invasion of the monster. The father introduced the ugly army, explaining that this bizarre procession was called the Migration of Monsters. The peasants hid in the home of old age. One soul reassured everyone, they say. The danger now does not threaten them. The leader of the village smiled, confessing that he did not even suspect how strong his son is. In response, the son met his father's smile with his own, warm and proud. The tool blushed and uncertainly rubbed its hat. He began to explain to the parents who had a special gift. In addition, he trains hard daily. Still holding his hat, he looked away. The village elders studied his eyes carefully. Therefore, the parents laughed in full voice and noted that they did not even realize such a powerful blessing in their village, but still advised their son not to act so recklessly. Asul cast an alarming look at her parents and smiled awkwardly. Parents insisted that it was better to hide such abilities from other people's eyes, so as not to cause unnecessary hassle. The head of the family smiled suddenly and reported that he was going to the old age, and his wife and the whole village should remain here and wait for his return. With a smile on his face, the tool reported that he could go with his dad. The father, also smiling, assured that he would handle himself. The elder could leave the room, because everything was over. A few days passed, and the knight suddenly arrived in the village in shining armor. He solemnly unfolded the parchment and read the order loudly. The young man, together with his father, should immediately go to Markgrafr Randolph. The knight accompanied a detachment of soldiers. They all stood near a village house. One of the Suilev in the family was surprised to look at unfamiliar armed people, feeling how anxiety quickly dispels his recent peace. The tools with fear cast a look at his father and began to tell word to word what his father himself said old age earlier. He took his eyes, heard and did not say a word. Suddenly, drops of sweat rolled through the paternal face. He began to explain that he first simply ordered everyone to hide. After all, as soon as they entered the forest with their soul, as a whole flock of monsters appeared in front of them. The soldiers walked through a narrow path through a place where the bodies of the monster lay everywhere. The villagers joined their column. Meanwhile, one soul remembered how a loud explosion was staged to distract, and now she was certain. Mrs. Moore could not help but notice this trick. The soldiers moved to their carts, and in the village they raged anxious moods. It seemed that even more trouble was settled here. The locals felt some heavy, depressing atmosphere. Someone whose thoughts were filled with the amount. He was hiding in the cart near the soldiers, and rolled with them into an unknown. A little time passed, and the soul and their father were in front of the majestic structure. They have an extremely beautiful building with numerous large windows. The father of the village, struck by this beauty, could not take his eyes and stare in her appearance. Once in the middle of the building, the guy, along with his father, moved the space of a wide corridor after night guests. The girls in the costumes of the maids stood on the side, watching the newly arrived. Atul with their father found themselves in one of the rooms of the majestic building. Once on the carved chairs near the round table, they could not hide their fatigue and anxiety after a grueling trip. The servant fell and inadvertently wondered, that's what it was necessary to expect from the Margrave. His dwelling shines with a luxury that is incomparable with their simple farm. There is a completely different reality that they do not dream of. The tool closed his eyes, then looked at the trembling father. The excitement gripped him, but it seemed that his father was nervous even more than him. A girl stood in front of the village. She kept a traying tray and positioned the cups on the table. One of the souls thought that it was probably a maid, but this girl had a cat's ears. The girl smiled timidly when the villagers began to thank her. She turned quietly and headed away. One soul thought it was for the first time to see a feast. Apparently, the girl's ears to the touch are so pleasant and fluffy. The instrument's father looked at his son and muttered that this girl has surprisingly gentle hands. The instrument, in response to cast a confused look, blinked, and thought that Dad should be ashamed to say such aloud. A man suddenly appeared in the village. He reported that for the village this is the first case of a meeting with a man announcement. The unexpected appearance of the stranger scared the soul. She froze with fear. The instrument scolded. Opening his mouth with surprise, he quickly turned to the side from where the voice came from. The man in the suit suddenly laughed and asked why on his face the resident of the village was such a weird grimace. Or sometimes, he did not scare him himself. Tuli dreamed rotely, "You should be vigilant," as this man appeared too unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the stranger leaned forward and politely introduced himself. His name is Gaiman Laurel, and he is the chief Nod. Tula's father called his name in response. The tool looked carefully at the man, thinking, in order to reach such heights, a person should be special. These exciting notes in the air are already familiar to him. He has already heard them somewhere. The man approached the door, looked at the boys, and politely suggested to hold his soul with her father to the master. He also apologized for a long expectation. The soul and her father were closely monitored for every movement and listened to the words. It passed for a while and the boys were in one of the rooms of the spatial building. The office impressed with gorgeous wooden furniture and a huge window, through which sunlight poured. Dvoretsky reported that it was here that the meeting would take place, and assured that he would now call the owner. A man with blonde hair and a thick beard came into the room. He apologized for late. The soul, together with his father, sat on the couch. There was a wooden table in front of them, where a tea set was carefully placed. The father of his soul looked at the guest. The man looked warmly at the boys and smiled. He introduced himself as Randolph von Aristel. It was the king who gave the title of Margrave. The guests, in his opinion, had to be a Poole and his father, Lark. The man sat in front of the village. His father, the same man, smiled and noted that the boys probably already know his name well. He expressed his desire to discuss with them a recent adventure. Sweat drops rolled through the face of the father of Udla. The smile has long disappeared from his mouth. The whole village froze in tense silence, watching this man. The Duke, without spending time, stated that he wanted to go to the case immediately. The man flicked, turning a strict look at the boys, and asked, once they were the first to see the approximation of the monster, could they tell them more about it? The village's father was noticeably nervous, and the community itself answered the man with a gentle, almost grateful smile. Sweat drops rolled across the face of the rural old age. He smiled nervously and hurried to assure that he had just noticed the monsters, immediately reported it to the head of the village. The man, putting his hands on his feet, reported that the head of the village was an ordinary peasant. He also explained why he took his baby to the forest. At that time, they were over. Therefore, the father of the child with anxiety added that the boy helped them in search of healing herbs. Sometimes they also go to the forest for hunting. The sophisticated tool believed that he trained to talk to his father in the form of questions and answers in vain. Now everything went like oil. The man thoughtfully rubbed his chin, focusedly clamped, and then completely closed his eyes, plunging into thinking even deeper. Meanwhile, the village's father watched him hard, wiping his sweat from his forehead. The man scored, recognizing a certain sense in what he heard, but did not leave suspicion that the boys were consciously not being able to do something. Suddenly, he strongly stated that it was because of them that the event with the father of the village was happening, and now he and the whole community live in fear. The head of the village, squeezing, put his hands in front of him and anxiously assured that the stranger was wrong. He could swear anything, but the peasants were not guilty of anything. However, the bullet looked forward, thoughtfully staring in the void. The office reigned silence for a moment. The man said that simple profit is unlikely to make ordinary peasants rush to meet the monsters. The unusual calmness of the farmer's son is also suspicious. He probably hides something. The man imagined a field of battle, where various monsters were crazy. However, he later stated that there was no harm. The magician who explored this place concluded that the magic of lightning was used in the battle. The father of the village opened his eyes wide, and then looked at his son. The soul was frozen nearby, listening carefully to the story of her husband. The instrument turned away, thus blinking one eye, and mentally pleased his father not to look at him so openly. The man scored, cast a careful look towards the village, and said that a truly outstanding magician had visited here. Residents strongly did not want to share any information. The soul remained silent. Meanwhile, in his thoughts, a memory of the words of Moore about meeting with an amazing child appeared. The instrument lowered his head, and his face suddenly had a heat. He confessed that he was frightened at that moment, and now he remembers almost nothing. The man introduced the house of the elders, and noted that that day it seemed strange to everyone. The residents were buried here, but no one ever saw the wood itself. A man had a distrustful look at the village, suspecting that he had been deceived. The tension in the village was growing. It seemed time to act harder. Some of the audience said, "They say, fear was so paralyzed that it had to be hidden from all." After his hands, the man spoke. He was told that during the invasion, the monster village was hiding in the forest. On the face of the soul, drops of sweat came. He looked anxiously at the man without hiding anxiety. The tool did not even look at the man. He decided that he was consciously turning. Obviously, something hides. Suddenly, the man broke into anger, glanced at the village, and stated that he was also secret. From fear, the whole village was shaky. He could feel the eyelids sticking together, and the darkness is increasingly thickening before his eyes. He seemed to be much easier to fight with insurers than to withstand endless interrogation. It was necessary to think quickly how to get free from here. Meanwhile, his father was flowing and barely holding on his feet. The instrument squeezed his eyelid. Drops of sweat flowed across his face. He felt the end of his peaceful life would come. Suddenly, the door dissolved sharply, and the room filled the women's voice. The girl shouted loudly. It was Mrs. Moore. The girl with loose hair looked gorgeous in her charming dress. Some strange, almost magical aura prevailed around Miss Karina. The mistress ordered Randolph to explain to her what was happening here. The tool looked with horror in front of him, opening his eyes and mouth wide. It was at this moment that he realized that Mrs. Moore came to the office. The man flicked, turning to the side where Mrs. Moore stood, and shouted to the girl her name. The tool was silently sitting on the couch, watching it carefully. Mrs. Moore glanced at the man. A man with a smile on his face began to assure that they only discussed some important things. The sea faded instantly. Its mood was noticeably felt. She was decisively approaching her husband in verse, but with a threatening note in her voice, ordered him to silence immediately. The man dropped his head guilty and promised to be more obedient. The soul, when he heard it, opened her mouth with genuine surprise. The wall was angry with her finger with her husband, and shouted as he dared to press on the baby. The man was noticeably nurturing. Drops of sweat rolled on his face while he tried to justify himself. There was even deeper in her face. The index finger touched the nose of the man, and she strictly reminded. She had already told him that everything should be checked carefully, not relying only on her intuition. Next to the soul, she folded her hands on her chest and observed with anxiety. The face of the wall was significantly darkened, and at the same time a sinister smile appeared on it. She said quietly that this man really deserves punishment, and if so, she would not hesitate to strike. The sea squeezed his fists and began to step on a man. He gave a loud cry from pleasure. The soul, along with his father, watched his breath, watched it with anxiety. The wall returned to the stool. Her face was a smile. She apologized to the chair and his father. So sometimes she does a marginal, and then thinks. However, this did not prevent the wall from continuing to trample the male face. Moore returned to the Margrave. A soft, soothing smile appeared on her face. She said she suggested to leave this unpleasant story behind and go to tea together. The girl's soul was full of anxiety and confusion. She looked with fear on the Moor. Tea began to be poured into mugs. Moore voiced that after the parade the monsters had a lot of questions left. One of the souls put his hands on his knees and agreed. The wall was right. The village headman, looking at himself, just smiled thoughtlessly. Moore approached the village and stated that he possessed magic. One of the souls swung the eye and replied that she also knows a little. The girl touched her chin, smiling thoughtfully. The soul was squeezed and wary of the sea with glance. The girl was slowly scratching from her cup. Automaton kept cookies in his palms, glancing eagerly on the following. He was convinced that she knew exactly who stopped the monsters. But it was strange that she did not tell the Margrave about it. The car could not understand what the wall was guided. The instrument suddenly froze, sniffing the melody when he heard from Mrs. Moore her unexpected confession. It turns out that the cookies were truly delicious. The sea, looking in the mug that was holding in her hands, added that these sweets were a real hit in the capital. But it is almost impossible to get them. Her words caused genuine surprise in her soul. The girl came to the village with a sincere smile and confessed that she barely managed to get at least a bin of cookies. She only dreamed of one thing, that someone to prepare treats for her family. Her words scared one soul that looked at the girl with fear. The tool was fluttering. He caught the look of Mura, who smiled cheerfully. It seemed to him that everything suddenly became clear. The lady hinted quite transparently. She is readily ignored by his involvement in the battle, and he in turn was obliged to cook this cookie for her. The tool lifted his palms up, realizing that the wall had solved his idea. There was no point in hiding. Smiling and closing his eyes, he mentioned with a humorous laughter that Mr. Lebrander also complained that these cookies were not baked enough. The face of the instrument was blocked by a blush. He smiled and said quietly that he heard. These livestock were preparing extremely difficult. And then the tool decided that you should not take such a large number of flavors. She smiled even wider and noted that there may be a merchant who would want to buy cookies from a cook wholesale. The instrument dropped, smiled with shame, and then, gathering with thoughts, advised to ask about that man, Mr. Lebrant. I am sure of his guesses. The tool believed that he solved everything to the little things. The soul closed her eyes and said, "It is better to find out the secret of this cookie." On the face of the wall, a treacherous smile was illuminated. She came closer to the village, gently noting that the swan did not suspect who the baker really was. But where did the villagers think that someone could reveal the recipe? Moore added that if the instrument is known to this person, then the swan intentionally hides his person. The tool's face immediately faded. He looked away and looked even more confused and tense. In his imagination, the tool saw a Moor smiling, holding her head on the palms of a woman. Then it seemed to him that if he still gets to her hands, he would have to behave exactly as she widers. Even a mighty Margrave did not cause him such fear as this mysterious woman. The wall came closer to the face of the village, and smiling, said that from now on she seeks to become his girlfriend. After all, he will have nothing. Sweat drops rolled across his face, and, in his way, he replied that he would not object to such a proposal. Then the soul gave an even wider smile. She continued to gently support his head in her palms. The girl expressed her hope that their friendship with Soul would last a very long time. Atul, along with his father, got on the couch, sat in front of them. After examining the audience, Atul thought that he was able to bring his father back to his senses. And the conversation turned again. The tool thought about Miss Moore and concluded that they would still have the opportunity to discuss their relationship. As soon as the tool creates something new, it first sends it to it, because their business cooperation should remain unchanged. The embarrassed instrument cast an alarming look at Mrs. Moore. The conversation was cut off when the wall was kindly emphasized that they should definitely remain friends. The cart slowly departed from the magical mansion of the wall. Pud wondered. Although the wall was persecuted and even blackmailed, she still did not give the impression of an evil person. Moreover, she even gave him some things. The instrument, along with their father, returned home, where the mother was already waiting on the street. Something was clamped in her hands. He wondered. That's how the story ended. In fact, this adventure has brought them even more benefits than harm. The village's father felt a real fear when he saw his wife. A spooky atmosphere reigned around his mother's mother. Her gaze turned to her husband. She was anger. It annoyed that he looked at the maid with the cat's ears. A few years have passed. In those days, silence and tranquility prevailed. In the cradle was a girl whose neck was neatly tied. The soul suddenly said, "What a wonderful baby is a real find." The instrument faded with a smile and looked lively at his sister as she was doing. Seeing this, the villagers thought that their family finally became larger. I reached out to help her get up. A mom with a gentle smile stood next to me and jokingly said that, apparently, the whole village dreamed of her sister. The instrument supported her mother, they say. She is right, because the sow is an incredibly sweet girl. And then the tool thought about his sister's future. Pressing his hand into his fist, he, like a tool in other people's hands, smiled and promised to do everything to give her peace and carefree life. He decided to himself that he was seeking not only for her, but also for his parents and himself. The joyful parents stood at the entrance to the village, thanking for the support, which made it possible to give birth to a second child. Now they were missing anything. Their son is a real treasure. The face of the village was blinking from the unexpected compliments of the parents who caught all by surprise. The tool was even red, blossomed into a friendly smile, and rushed to call his parents. Meanwhile, the Athel family gradually thickened twilight. He wondered. In the last few years, he has not spent time. The tool demonstrated a whole kaleidoscope of dishes, and he was convinced that in all this, he was quite helped by Mrs. Moore. It was thanks to her skill in the selection of various ingredients that he was able to create many exciting and unique dishes. A smoky stove appeared in the village. There was no such miracle earlier. The find instantly became a sensation for all residents. One soul even decided that Mrs. Moore just loves smoked cheese. When Mrs. Moore appeared, she flirtatiously covered her face with a fan. And Tula was convinced that he offers much more goods for a tidy sum. In addition, he even shared with her several secret recipes, for which he also received his share from sales. The village was mentioned as a lively city avenue, littered with shops. The tool was convinced that everything was wonderful. Even more, a swan opened his own shop in the capital, where he sold unique products created by the same tool. In his imagination, this tool draws a cozy house with a small garden nearby. Gratefully noting how these two helped him, he is convinced, now you will not call him a poor peasant. Now the tool is just happy with a calm and carefree rural life. Net and Avul met. The girl stood in front of the entrance to the village and, having raised her hand, shouted his name loudly. The face was slightly blushed. Avul also made a lot, smiled widely, and called in response to a network by name. The network closed her eyes and smiled widely. Kima has a new thought. Network is getting more beautiful and is increasingly reminiscent of a young girl. Sometimes Kim himself feels excitement when talking to her. His sister, along with Mireille, stood on the edge. Olula's sister was comfortable on the grass and waved her hands joyfully. Olule stretched his palm and took a speech. Mireille was kept nearby. Meanwhile, a man in the mask began a conversation about the charming skills that are famous for their village. Miriel, approaching the village, smiled mysteriously and said that perhaps today, residents would teach her something new. Ogul closed his eyes and smiled, agreed to her. Amazing, almost charming atmosphere gradually poured around them. Aul stretched his hand forward and had to be spell. Miri stood side by side, watching everything that was going on. Recently the girl has been increasingly fond of magic, and Aul decided to show her that she was also able to master water spells. A strange glow suddenly broke out in the house. The boys were at home and started cooking dinner. Oh, thought that, thanks to the magic of water, the mermis would be able to protect itself. In addition, Muria has often helped him with food, and his culinary skills have been significantly improved. Mirai squeezed the knife in her hands. Then she closed her eyes and suddenly laughed at the whole voice. The bully remembered how often Mirai was talking about marrying him. These words always put him in an uncomfortable position, although they are in fact very close. It passed for a while, and Afuli with his sister and Miri were in the forest again. Aful caused a small hurricane, which caused a genuine laughter in girls. It seemed to him that they were very close to Marky, spending almost all their time together. However, this idyll did not last long, only until a certain moment. Silence prevailed in the village. The boys, while in the forest, thought whether it was time to complete the workout for today. The extent thanked the village for their hospitality and support. After that, she stretched out the letter of Aliola. Seeing the message from the Margrave, Aliol did not hide his surprise. The Marshield carefully took the letter to his hands and stared into the lines, looking carefully at the text. It was from this moment that a number of difficult events began, which have forever changed the carefree life of the village. Marie stood next to him, looking over in surprise over his shoulder on the leaf. Behind the boys' backs stood the slender tops of spruce, silent witnesses of the new era. The events are transferred to the capital of the kingdom of Liad, the majestic loch with powerful walls height at the top of the mountain. Just below, the slopes were wrapped in the city, located on both banks of the wide river, which hugged it from all sides. The building was striking with its luxurious architecture. The roof was covered with a tile, and at the foot of the majestic structure there was a well-groomed garden with stone statues. In one of the rooms on the table stood a cup of drink and a basket with fragrant cookies. Someone was happy to be treated with their favorite treats. A girl with gorgeous hair gathered in the ponytail, carefully examined the cookies that kept in the palms. Speaking aloud, she noted that now the liver is extremely popular. Sweet. However, in her opinion, this cookie is not different and quite the same as the rest. The girl carefully holds the cookies in her hands. She lifts it to her mouth, bites a piece, and at the same moment her eyes open up with a surprise. The girl began to eat cookies, gripping what it is delicious. In these cookies, everything is perfect, both taste and size. It cannot be equated with ordinary sweets, because it is quite different. The girl was slightly scratched, turned to a man standing in the door, and with excitement said she wanted to meet the author of these wonderful baking. The man was called Albus. Touching his chest with his palm and smiling, he assured that he was ready to take care and find the right man for the lady in the most long time, if she wishes it. The girl had a dress in a dark strip. She tirelessly caught cookies, and her face was covered with crumbs. In a moment the girl spoke to herself, wondering how quickly the cookies disappeared. She could not understand why everyone was so fond of them. The action unfolds in the capital of the Isekai'D kingdom, in the trade house of Lebrant. On the square stood a small brick house, in front of which the shops were placed, and the square itself filled the crowd of people who were constantly drunk back and forth. The winch sat at a wooden table, which stood 2 frames and 2 iron cups. He kept carefully in his hands and slowly read into each line. The Lebrant on the forehead was sweat. He nervously ran a hand on his face, remembering that he recently opened his own business here. And now, when the village has attracted the attention of not only the duchean family, but also the highest nobility and even the royal family, it has begun to be really worried. Albus stood behind the store, greeted his hand and smiled at the seller. Lebrant remembered how recently the chief bottle of Adams, that's how Albus was, he tried to find something from local traders. In addition, there were several people on the square. The equestrian carriage was constantly rolling in the direction of the mountains. Lebrant said that he should talk to Mrs. Moore as soon as possible, though he understood that they were unlikely to be able to hide the village from the view of such influential guests. The Lebrant was in the luxurious estate of Mrs. Moore. Raising his hand, he spoke that all the noble families of the kingdom were suddenly interested in the village. Mrs. Moore attached her palm to her face, and then thought. The score was sitting on the couch, and a wall settled opposite him. Moore said with a serious look that the case had become threatening. For the safety of the settlement, any contacts should be temporarily restricted with it. This is only for the sake of his good. A worried Swan asked if there was no other way out of this situation. A gorgeous chandelier hung on the ceiling. Lebrant and Moore were still persistently discussing that the residents of the village should not yet find out about it, but Lebrant promised to write a letter with explanations. It's been a few weeks, and the events have been gradually moving to the Swick's shopping house. The Albus stood near the shelves, watching the visitors carefully. The merchant gave the child a small roll, and nearby, in a nearby shop, the woman carefully chose the goods. Using herself, Albus noted that this time visitors became less than last week. The counters were empty. All the running goods of languages failed through the land. Around the Albus himself was vowed with darkness and mystery. The Albus swayed his eyes, wondering as products that were in particular demand could disappear from the shelves so rapidly. Is it really a matter for just one person? Rumors of bacon came to him, but he did not give them a meaning. And at the end, there were 2 horses. The Albus settled at the bar, and opposite him was a man in a strict suit. Albus was mentioned that residents of a small village, gathering 10 times, could buy bacon much cheaper than in the capital. Aldred confidently raised his hand, and turning to the bartender, ordered a bottle of ale. The institution had many tables and many guests, and the Albus held a drink with a drink. The bartenders mentioned how the guy from that village once came to them. They were treated with ham, and she had a lot of taste. The Albus closed his eyes and, smiling, suggested that the bartender may remember what the village was called where the guy came from. The man thoughtfully pressed his hand to his chin, delving into thinking. He finally said that he probably did not mention, but this village is extremely strange. Behind his back, a rack was visible, with a variety of glass bottles filled with colored liquids. In the imagination of Albus came the whole crowds of armed monsters. The bartender said that the village was indeed an attack, but the defenders managed to repel the enemy offensive in the whole south. During the battle, no one was even injured, because it seemed that the Lord himself stood on the guard of this place. Albus narrowed his eyes and replied that he had already heard about this case. In the castle, located on a high hill, there was silence. Albus was in a room where shelves were bent under books. He mentally noted that he perceives this story as ordinary rumors, because everyone was talking about it. Albus carefully considered a book that shows mysterious inscriptions and a small map. It seemed extremely strange that there were so many different versions of events. Thinking, he suddenly said the name of the village of Onan. It has passed for a while, and Albus was in the guild, now as a merchant. The man was surprised at the counter that he was hearing about such a village for the first time. Experienced guild traders from large cities were fussed, the countertop laying bills, and behind it stood bags and wooden barrels. Fluffy clouds floated slowly over a building decorated with arms of Libra. Albus began to suspect that someone purposefully manages the flow of information. Subsequently, his path brought adventures to the guild, where he was informed that they were not entitled to disclose the place of Unan. A man with a scar on his face, holding the mug, smiled. He assured that there is no hunters in the village of Onan, and cannot be. The food is really delicious and inexpensive, and the work is always enough. The edge is amazingly picturesque. The festival will start in the village soon. The Albus poured a drink into a mug that was kept by a man with a scar on his face. Finally, the Albus had the feeling that he had come across an important hint. The scar owner sincerely thanked him for his courtesy. Meanwhile, someone in the hood focused on a man with a scar. On a wide field that was lost in the arms of the forest, many people laid out tents. There were carts everywhere, loaded up with all sorts of shop. Ool, along with Mirai, stood near the merchant store. Ool noted that this year's harvest promises to be extremely exciting. Mirai replied that the inhabitants of all the surrounding villages participate in this celebration every year. The Mirai smiled widely and said enthusiastically that she was organizing this shop for the 3rd time with the village. Azul smiled with gratitude in response, covering his eyes. She has always been a reliable support to him. This year, they should make even more effort. Several cows grazed on the meadow. The peasants were convinced that the harvest holiday would last 2 days. During the festival, they planned to hold a competition for the most popular trading tent. The winner received 2 cows as a reward. The cost of each was 50 gold. The yaks grew up one by one in front of the other, and the robot was rushing around. People were in a hurry without delaying a minute. It was necessary to admit that thanks to the generous award to the holiday, neighboring villages also joined. This year, the shops were twice as much as it was ever, because the event was first held on such a scale. A man with dark hair and numerous wrinkles on his head approached the village. He smiled and asked, "How are you in your village?" In these words, Sol, smiling happily, replied that I was glad to greet the elder, and fortunately, he had all well. The peasant's face was a little bitten. He thoughtfully noted why the elder decided to such radical changes in the celebration. The elder, swinging his eyes and smiling fun, replied that everything happened thanks to the village. The man showed a comparison. The old village and what it was now. He further mentioned that the youth once hurried to leave this place. However, thanks to the efforts of the community, the martographer's family began to allocate the village assistance, and over time it has changed on recognition. The man examined the village and continued. In gratitude, he decided to organize this competition. Everyone is convinced that this year they will win the store of their village. When someone expressed doubt about the fairness of such confidence, the man hurried to reassure him. But in the village there was an incredible hollow. The bullet thoughtfully noted that, of course, he sincerely loves his small homeland. But all his efforts were not at all for the prosperity of the village. And yet, if the elder and other peasants are happy, it is necessary to just take it for granted. A man with a scar on his face stood next to the elder and other residents of the village. Raising his hand, he warmly congratulated the villagers. The elder turned to him, confidently recognizing, "But this is Mr. Glenn," and expressed his admiration for his perfect work. The visa, which was nearby, was a loaded animal. The elder closed his eyes and bowed a little. After that, he said that he first sees Glenn's accompaniment in these parts. The man also introduced himself. He is the elder of this village, and his name is Maruga. Albus put his hand on his stomach and bowed slightly. Smiling, he thanked for the friendly reception. The man introduced himself. His name is Albus, and he holds the post of Bogretsky in the Duchy of Adams. Meanwhile, the Margrave estate was a real stir. Loudly, almost with the tender, they shouted that the Duke of the Duchigian family had already arrived in the village of Onan. She could not allow the butterfly to accept the village under her care, so Jane Jamin had to take care of the crew immediately. The man in a strict suit obediently obeyed her order. The sea was angry, squeezed the jaw and said sternly, "This guy is her, and she will not allow anyone to take away his will." In the hands of the girl firmly clamped was folded fan. The next morning the festival begins. The sun is just rising, and birds are already circling above the mountain slopes. A carriage, harnessed by 2 horses, departs from the house. Green meadows and spreading trees that bathe in the first dawn are spread around the houses. In a soft pillow, a man with long, light hair settled. He barely started a conversation, as he immediately remarked sarcastically, "They say, the author of this sweet masterpiece probably lives in a real death." The dark-haired satellite nodded in response, leaving no doubt. This is the case that there can be no mistake. The carriage stopped in front of a 2-story building. Gal noted that there is nothing shameful in this revenge. The man would still thank the honor of serving the second son of Count Philen. Circe noted that first they should talk to the elder. Ciaris entered the house, pressing his hand to his chest, and hurriedly apologized for an unexpected visit. Having introduced himself with a chamber from a Farrap county named Ciaris, he asked the owner of the home to give him a few minutes. Circe glanced to the side where Albus stood dissatisfaction. He was already in the hallway, and without restraining laughter, threw that he had to meet a Buttock family in such a deaf place. Well, killed wooden boards were squeaky under their feet. Cyrus looked at Albus and stated that he was serving the Duchy of Adams. Albus was barely smiling, closing his eyes and calmly saying his name. After a brief acquaintance, both men went to talk about the location of the old age and began to remember why each of them was in this place. Cyparis smiled and noted that he only obey his master's orders, although it seems that his goals are in many ways coincide with the intentions of Albus. In response, Albus also smiled ominously and agreed with Sparus. Circe noted that he wanted to talk to the head of the village, and when he saw his absence, he decided to move on. At this point, a man with a scar on his face entered the house and asked the cause of the Count's family to the village. The Albus jokingly replied as if they had come for sweets. The men further discussed the genus of the Count. Meanwhile, a black cloud hung over the house. Elvis closed his eyes, making sure that the rumors of the Graf's son were true. The young man wanted money and power. Did he really sought to become a delicacy seller? The Albus opened his eyes and looked carefully to the side. Then he noted that the son of the Earl is right for everything to reach the tops. What step will he take? Albus was looking forward to his actions, trying to understand this young man better. People raised their hands one by one and greeted the news joyfully. The elderly announced the beginning of the holiday in the village of Onan. Bright flags were overlooked on the tops of the tents. Trade tents stood tightly near each other. Sellers lured buyers with a variety of goods. Some of the awnings were visible wooden barrels. Many visitors passed in rows slowly, looking carefully at the shops. Amul and Miri stood behind the counter of their tent, where a lot of goods were waiting for the guests. A long-term queue of those who wanted to buy something was lined up in front of the children's shop. Mirai watched the crowd with surprise, and the soul of Aula meanwhile was filled with anxiety. The boys looked at and smiled, began a lively conversation about how many customers they had this year, much more than before. You need to make efforts to serve everyone properly. Both stood on a shopping bench and went to sell the goods, and Mirai, standing in front of the crowd, properly urged visitors to come closer. Over time, all around the pleasant silence and peace. The face of the soul was burning with a blush, and she waved his hand, which protruded on the forehead. At that moment, the village swirled their eyes and noted that people near the dinner. Maybe we should rest and taste lunch? The younger son of the Count strongly moved through the crowd, pushing people in his way. With obvious dissatisfaction, he masked that the store owner really produces these cookies. He insisted that he was immediately given treats and not forced to wait for a minute. Mirai and Avul were surprised at the man. Mirai began to assume that he may know who he was. In response, Avul waved. They say, "It is a typical arrogant and senseless aristocrat." He added that the second son of the Count is driving. He waves his hands and scares people. In response, Mirai stated that in such a situation, it is better that the residents of the village would not be in contact with a stranger. She will deal with him. Going to the man from the back, in her hands she kept a tray with a cookie, and with a sly smile, asked if the gentleman wanted to treat her baking. The stranger raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man's eyes flashed madness. He smiled strangely and looked at Mirai. The girl looked at him in confusion and lost the gift of language. Meanwhile, the man suddenly shouted that she was extremely beautiful, and stated that he would make her with his wife. The Mirai was stunned. The man spread his hands to the sides and, closing his eyes, began to shout that she would become the wife of the head of the Phalalis. After that, he began to pour all sorts of promises to the address. We have just slightly smiled and put his palm forward, a gesture of refusal. The man, noticeably nervous, began to demand explanations for refusal. Mirai, unmistakably, began to paint his mouth with cookies, murmuring that with such as he, no one wants to have things. So let him eat his livestock and take away Hin. The village remained aside. Next to him gathered other residents who watched and had fun with all that was happening. He noted with a nervous smile that he had a sharp tongue. The man flooded with a blush to the ears, clapping his palm into his fist, and exclaimed that the boys would still remember him. Ossel with Mirail was surprised to see how he was hastily removed, and the guests of the fair, standing near the shelves, laughed openly at his embarrassment. Miri enthusiastically opened her mouth and shouted in surprise that the man left without paying the score. Aunel, laughing, waved. They say, "It is not necessary to spend attention on him." The fair did not subscribe. Crowds of people were curious with interest on the shelves. The cart, resting with 2 horses, leaving the village slowly. 2 men sat in the carriage. Chedorest closed his eyes, and turning to the Lord, whispered that he was able to do it if his will was. The son of the Earl is concentrated, patiently waiting for the conversation with Chemchest. The man remembered the smiling faces of the boys and ordered Samaras to trace the village, to find out about everyone with whom this girl communicates with, and to calculate who she is in love with. Samaras immediately prepared to fulfill his master's will. The son of the Count clenched his fist. A sinister smile appeared on his mouth. He stated that he would personally understand her beloved, and she would not have nothing left to fall to his feet. A gloomy, heavy atmosphere prevailed around the man. On the road in front of a 2-story house stopped a cart, harnessed by a couple of horses. From the middle, such a loud laughter of the son of the Count was heard that his fun was heard all over the street. Meanwhile, someone was hiding behind the spreading tree, carefully listening to the conversation between the son of the Count and his servant. The Albus appeared near the man's store, raised his hand and smiled, assuming that it may be the Mirai who baked cookies, and if not, he would be glad to get acquainted with the cook. Mirai looked at the stranger in surprise. Behind the Albus was already lining up to the store. Mirai's cheeks flashed. She began to tell that another aristocrat turned to their village, and this time he was surprisingly polite and attractive. The newcomer reminded the real butler. Al, awkward. He looked at the mirror from under his feed cap. The tool approached Albus, and having lost a little, hurried to apologize. Another moment, and confessed. He was the one who invented these cookies. Albus, in response, cheered up, they say, a distraction of the stool from affairs. But he did not resist the compliment. The sweets had just an unsurpassed taste. Hearing such praise, the tool thanked Albus sincerely. One of the tools raised his hands timidly, and suggested a little awkwardly that he may be able to help Albus in a matter. Smiling with his eyes closed, Albus replied that he just wanted to get acquainted with the creator of such a sophisticated thing. The instrument swayed a little, looked at the man and wondered. This person really inspires trust in his own words, but something incomprehensible and mysterious is hidden in his behavior. The tool noted that it was the only reason why the man called him. He was suspicious of Albus, who, in response, smiled noticeably and slowly approached the face of the instrument. There is a strange, tense atmosphere between the boys. Barely smiling, Albus noted that it does not often happen to meet such a smart guy, who immediately grasps everything. He suggested Assel to go with him to the capital. In response, Assel, through a smile, noted that such young guys as he should not spend time with strangers. The Albus put his palm on his chest, closed his eyes, and quietly said that difficult times had fallen into the village. His name is Albus. He is a butterfly in the Duke of Alamos. People surrounded the Albus. In his eyes reflected the domesticated soul. Meanwhile, residents of the village slowly chose goods at market shops. The duel leaned forward and suggested that the man turn to him Assel. However, it was necessary to go with Albus to the capital. Albus added that his lady seeks to personally meet the creator of this famous delicacy. The tool smiled, leaned a little forward, and replied that it was definitely pleasantly impressed, but not quite sure whether such a step is correct. Albus began to assure that this trip would be rewarded. He suggested starting with 10 gold coins. But what will they think about it in the village? The tool smiled nervously, thinking, 10 gold coins. This is a whole 1,000,000 yen. What a seductive proposal. He replied that it was really tempting, but it took time to think. Alba laughed and had fun that he understands everything. Albus put his palm on his chest and, returning to the village slightly, said he would live in the home of old age in the near future. If the villagers change their mind, it will be easy to find there. However, the road is waiting for him now. OSU listened carefully to each of his words. The Albus leisurely left the boundaries of the village. One soul, watching this from afar, could not get rid of suspicions. If this butterflies really appeared only to bring the creator to meet with his lady, then the whole story looks too strange. There is clearly something wrong here. The night came, and the huge month slowly looked out of the clouds. People continued to walk the territory, looking at the goods. Each store was decorated with a bright torch that spilled soft light throughout the trading floor. The cart, harnessed by 2 horses, stood away from the shopping square, near the elder. The son of the Duke, having shot himself, raised a noise, saying that Lee Saras learned about that boy named Asul. The Maidan itself prevailed bright light and a bustle. Sarah closed her eyes and started the story. She managed to learn everything. It turns out that it is the soul that is the inventor of cookies, bacon, sweet, and many other things. All the key products from the Librant house have appeared thanks to this guy named the Shower. Sarats remembered the expression of Moy's face when she saw a sheep, and noted that the girl clearly feels sympathy for her. Muri skillfully has all the culinary recipes, so he often helps him in production. The son of the Earl cast his gaze on Cyrus and shouted with a cry that everything was... Perhaps he would simply make a massacre over the village and took the mulas to himself. Cyrus closed his eyes, lowered his head, and quietly acknowledged that the gentleman was saying quite fairly. The face of the son of the Earl was anger. He cast a burning look at Circe, and strictly ordered to get rid of this guy right now, without unnecessary witnesses, emphasizing that it was not a request, but an order. Sira Renner only glanced at his master, ready to fulfill his will at any time. In the air, a terrible voltage was spread. A tall man walked next to a cart, harnessed by 2 horses. He was completely dressed in black. His face was hiding. He was closed by a headdress and a scarf. The son of the Duke laughed at the rage, shouting that he would inevitably get rid of that guy, would get the desired woman, and solve all the mysteries that interest him. Today, fortune clearly favored him. The son of the Duke remained himself in the carriage when he suddenly knocked on the door. Outwardly, a polite voice was heard. A stranger, having wished a good evening, asked to talk to Mr. about the affairs of the village. Interested, the son of the Duke decided to get out and exchange a few words with the guest. The son of the Duke came out of the carriage, clenched his fists and looked around. He excitedly demanded that the stranger finally appeared and explained what he needed. The door of the carriage remained open, and the darkness prevailed. A little time has passed and the air became even more depressing. Behind his son's back, the Duke thickened the dark figure of a stranger. He held an object in his hands and began to wave it, preparing to strike. The son of the Duke only glanced sideways, falling asleep. For a moment, a sharp gut came, and the air had bloody splashes. The carriage remained open, flooded with a bright glow of light. Subsequently, silence reigned in the village. The inhabitants slowly diverged. Everyone was in a hurry to their home. A stranger's dark figure froze near one of the houses. Next to the house, the freshly pierced garden plot was dark. The protagonist sleeps peacefully, lying on his side, and plunges into such sweet dreams that saliva begins to flow from the corners of his mouth. But suddenly, this carefree peace breaks the mysterious, suspicious rustle. As soon as the hero wakes up, he is convinced of thoughts about the safety of his own home. To protect himself from robbers, he imposed a protective spell that will immediately find any uninvited guest. But despite this, he is very clearly felt by someone's presence near the wall of the house. Due to spatial vision, the young man notices that a stranger holds a weapon in his right. Now he becomes obvious. He is not the average drunkard, because there is usually nothing like that. The guy dissolves in space leisurely, using charms to become invisible and strike an unexpected blow. The one who dared to break his sleep will not be mercy. At that moment, a stranger who appeared to deal with the protagonist, he plows his eyebrows. He does not feel the presence of a young man at all, because he does not see a trace of his mana. He is a real surprise. A moment the guy stood here, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the main character silently emerges behind a stranger, forcing him to die of surprise. He asks what brought the man in black to his home so late at night, and why he left something near the house. The tool, with indignation and surprise, looks at the stranger. He, in a harsh voice, retreats back and almost simultaneously throws his weapon from the young man. The young man confidently reflects the shocks of the blade due to his power, scatter his hands to the sides, without stopping the spell. On the contrary, further exacerbating magic. Immediately causes a powerful counterattack to the enemy. The power of a young man with a roar flies into a shield that has managed to put a mercenary lightning. But even so, the blow knocks his feet, forcing him to shake. The young man is pinched, looking thoughtfully at the stranger. It looks like a magician, which cleverly evades the attacks and skillfully uses the shield. He is wondering how long this mysterious sorcerer will be able to stay. The protagonist causes small air vortices, similar to miniature tornadoes, thus checking the power and endurance of the foreigner. After completing the storm of storms, the young man directs them towards a mysterious stranger. At the same time, shouting the spell, he causes the earth around the foreigner to fly by an explosion. After the young man struck the enemy and a cloud of dust came up, it seemed to him that he finally hit the target. But when the curtain of the fog was dispelled, he saw only the mantle, in which the killer was wrapped on the ground. The young man raises the cloak, and his face reflects dissatisfaction. He carefully views his clothes in search of any trace or traffic jams that could indicate who attacked. The protagonist believes that the stranger was still fled, but this blow was worth the effort. He is convinced that the man will not die, although his injury is difficult and unlikely to dare to attack again. The soul scratches the nape, looks around and goes to the house, rejoicing in the idea that he can finally be able to go to bed. A quiet morning in a cozy house at the foot of the mountains breaks a shrill cry. The guy rushes to a frightened girl and asks what happened. It excites it excitedly, and exclaims that there is a man covered with blood. The line brings the young man to a man who has suffered a serious injury. The blow came straight down the head, so he fainted, twisting from unbearable pain. The protagonist lends to the man and explains that he was an aristocrat who recently went swimming with his friend. The girl in response confesses that at first she thought that he was just drunk, so she fell asleep, but later noticed blood. The crowd, who has accumulated around a stranger lying face to the ground, talks together, lifting the fuss. It is noticeably disturbing the young man, so he urges everyone to keep calm. Suddenly, a young woman in a gorgeous dress sneaks through the crowd. She declares herself as the Count's wife and assures the audience that she personally manages the case. Therefore, He hardly asks everyone to leave the crime scene. The woman who had just turned looks at the butter, the one who spoke to the protagonist the day before, and asks him to assist him in the investigation. In response, Mr. Albus assures that everything is well understood, because the son of the Count suffered on her lands. A man with white hair looked at the room, and noted that he did not notice near the filet acknowledge. His replica is surprised by the young man. He does not hide his surprise. Immersed in memories, Tula thinks of unexpectedly. Did the butterfish attack him under the cover of the night? Suddenly, the guy feels someone's vigilant looks. McGraw's wife bows to him and mysteriously calls to come closer. This unexpected invitation causes him a wave of embarrassment and misunderstanding. The girl, confidently putting her hands on his thighs, leans up to the young man and states that he hides something, so it requires to open the truth. The guy at first seems as if he does not understand what is being discussed, but he eventually agrees to share everything he knows. Looking around, the protagonist tells about the night incident. The Count's wife asks him whether he was actually attacked by a Falale author's family at night. After that, she adds that they say that this man was once a spy who worked on the crown. The girl lends even closer to the boy, which is quite a lot of removing him, and assures that he will not specify how he coped with the situation. Instead, he asks him not to lose his mind, and to help find the one who caused this adventure. The young man in response promises that they will make every effort to solve the case. The Bogretsky, looking carefully at the stationary body of the man, notes that he does not feel any trace of magic. So, the attacker most likely took advantage of a blunt object, although the victim is blood-flowing. However, the wound is insignificant, so it makes sense to move it to the house. A moment later, all the characters look at the wound and notice something strange. The girl in the hat notes that white dust remained on the head of the unconscious man. The young man asks why this powder is needed at all, having joined the couple that she still tried in vain to understand the meaning of the recent find. The Bogretsky told them that it would be more appropriate to communicate with the local residents. He suggests that one of the inhabitants could see something strange that day. The heroine supports this idea, adding that they should bypass the village and ask people. 3 detectives walk through the streets, asking the passers-by whether or not they noticed those unusual last night. The first, who stands on the path of the heroes, confesses, yesterday went with alcohol, so now he remembers nothing. Some men were surprisingly useful. They reported a nozzle with black hair, which was interested in relationships between friends and bypassed all the jams, looking for something specific. The butterfly, who is involved in the investigation, smiles kindly and turns to the passerby at the bazaar, wondering whether it happened to see a stupid dull object on the street. One of the women answers this question that she did not notice anything. But soon, a man with dark hair becomes on the path of the gray-haired, who again makes a conversation about a mysterious figure in black. Dvoretsky notes that the city is buzzing with rumors about a mysterious servant from the File family. However, it is surprised by another. Many people have witnessed its appearance, and this causes a man of great concern. At this time, Magra's wife bypasses the whole village, asking the residents as they treated the victims, and whether her husband had enemies. Surprisingly, too many people have met him lately, and a man cannot be surprised. The blonde in a scarf and with an unmoved expression notes, a man who was recently found with a broken head behaved as if the whole world was spinning around him. So it is not surprising that someone has sworn into his life. The next passerby, with anger on the face, argues that the victim was disliked. Everyone had already complained of old age, although he appeared in the village only yesterday. The old man, who also interfered with the girl, called the wounded by someone a stranger of a man, an unmistakable rich, who has more money than the mind. In addition, he stated that he was annoying everyone around his obsessive presence. The heroes summarize. A little information was obtained. They decide to turn to the elder of the village, who listened to all the complaints of the peasants on the daring stranger. The 3 of them went to the elder of the village. The black man reported that many residents appealed to him with complaints about the alien behavior. He added that he was a common nobleman, so he advised people not to pay attention to him. However, there was no special indignation among the peasants. The elder notes that for the first time he organizes a celebration that will last 2 days, so he sought to discuss this issue with Mr. Albus. He sincerely does not want unpleasant memories after that holiday. The Bogretsky with the protagonist does not give any answer. The girl is asked why the man decided to devote 2 days to the holidays this year. A dark-haired man notes that the lady is undoubtedly familiar with the problem of the village. Young people usually leave him. but in recent years the number of inhabitants has increased. He has not dreamed of it. Suddenly, the village's elder is deeply bowed and states loudly that the increase in the number of residents was made possible by the joint work of the entire community. This behavior of an adult man leads a young hero to extreme embarrassment. The guy, stuttering a little, spreads his hands and asks the adult to lift his head, noting that there is nothing to thank. The young man suddenly confesses that he loves this village as much as the one who stands with his head. The girl lifts his palm to the face and sadly points out that if they summarize, they still have no suspect capable of assassin to the life of such an influential person. The albus closes his eyes, and this does not slip out of the attention of a young man with golden hair. He immediately notices this gesture and thinks that the peasants apparently perceive the words said differently than he expected. Such awareness leads the guy to a true surprise. The protagonist does not hide the surprise. How did the butterfish solve the situation to the smallest details? The nobleman only laughs in response, and then appeals to the adventure seekers to find the village and find the tools of the crime. The new moon is confidently moving to the opposite side of their colleagues and states that they, together with the butterfly, have to meet this man again and talk to him truly seriously. McGraw's wife looks at both men and asks what their words and behavior mean. Or they do not hint, who already know who is guilty. The girl's face is again distrust. She notes that Miss Mule's house is located in an unaccountable corner. No one noticed any suspicious persons there. So how did they understand what happened? The guy admits this with reluctance, but promises to tell everything in detail to his partner. He notes that at first there were several eyewitnesses who deliberately misled them. The young man recalls 3 men whom the investigative group interviewed the first, those who assured that the whole night was drunk. He argues that these people were surrounding everyone around the finger. The tool continues its explanation and is surprised. Where do people know that the girl really lay bloody near his house, if no one called the exact time when the man fell? The guy notes that in the stories of all witnesses will flash the word night every now and then. But he does not understand why everyone is convinced that the attack happened at this time of day. The peasants united in lies, demonstrating strong unity. They knew well who was guilty, but tried to hide his name even from the nobility. The hero, though a simple village guy, understands why people chose this path. Sinking into his own reflections, the protagonist tries to reach some conclusion. In the end, he notes, the offender is a noticeable person among the locals. He is the first to meet all the noble guests as they come to the village. The new moon casts a look at the hunched man behind himself and turns to the elder of the village, wondering whether he understands what it is about. The interlocutor, covering the tired eyes with his hand, suddenly laughs and recognizes that you do not hide anything from the main character. A girl full of pity addresses the old man with a question. Why did he do so? The village's elder replies that he was prompted by a fairly simple reason. Hall intended to kill one person and make Macaria before marriage. The black man continues to express his deep gratitude to the boy for all his actions. He confesses that he sincerely loves every resident of the village, like a native child, so he cannot simply ignore the words of Hells. Ms. Moole, together with the butterfly, watched the conversation, and then wondered where the tools of the crime, because they could not find it. The young man asks if this tool was made of saltstone and asks to confirm his guess. The guy's words are stunned by an elder. A genuine surprise appears on his face. The man confesses that he did not expect anything else than the main character. He confirms, yes, it really was stone salt. It was prepared in advance in large quantities for celebration, and then simply dissolved in water. The girl in the hat confidently states that they finally managed to find a crime tool. This news causes a sincere laughter. He later adds that now all the secrets became obvious. The Countess confidently points out that she has recently heard about the attacks of goblin and orcs on the village, and she is wondering if that is really so. The old man looks confusedly and does not understand what it is about. The man adds that sometimes the orcs are selected from the forest in small groups, but they usually do not cause great harm. However, Miss Moole stubbornly insists on his own. It was because of these creatures that neither weapons nor witnesses could be found. The light expression on the face of the Countess reports that the injury on Mr. Falela's head is surprisingly reminiscent of a trace from a stick, which usually arrays orcs. After these words, she seeks confirmation in Albus's view. The Albus lifts his head up and explodes laughter. Therefore, he notes that everything was really limited only by the attack of the monster. The girl is right. Such words are finally confused from the panther of the village. However, Mrs. Mwol asks the butter to help her report this crime. He replies to this that he can handle on his own, because the case is quite obvious. Everyone has already agreed that the second son of the Marquis attacked the orc at night. The gray-haired man casts a cunning look at the girl, looking into her eyes, and promises to fulfill any of her desire in exchange for donations. The girl, without lost, replies that he is not against such an agreement, but she is interested in what she will do. Countess Bovzer thoughtfully brought her eyebrows, then cast a careful look over her shoulder, and wondered if the village's trip to the capital as a fee. The unexpected proposal jumped by the young man by surprise. The butterflies with a smile notes that her offer sounds surprisingly attractive, so he is simply not able to give up. The girl replies that she's been worried about the village for a long time, so now he has to thank her. The head of the village with indignation exclaims that only he should be responsible for the crime. A man with a pleasant appearance and cunning smile reports that attempting to life on the son of a Graf is considered a serious crime. Because of this, not only the elder of the village, but also ordinary residents can be affected. The butterflies further appeals to the old age with the permission to help in his village, so it is only humble to adhere to the proposed plan. After that, he wonders if everything was clear. The elder feels relief when he hears that if the village came under the power of the Duchy of Adams, everything will be good here. After all, in that duchy, neither wealth nor power is the main goal, and this attitude among the aristocrats is a rarity. It is not necessary to look for a better place for life, but even if the protagonist refuses, sooner or later aristocrats such as Gals will still appear on the threshold. And then not only he will suffer, the whole village will be threatened. The young man, standing out in his physique, sincerely confesses that he has burned disputes only through his own love for the village and its inhabitants, and also feels deep thanks to Ms. Multimesk. That is why he decides to accept this proposal. The elder again bows low before the young man, recognizing that all these events unfold through him, and then he sincerely asks the boy for forgiveness. One of the inhabitants of the village with their hands lifted up, that the main character should not obey so easily. He explains, everything he did is only from the care of him and the safety of Misher. After all, he just wanted to do the right thing. Completing his monologue, the guy once again calls on everyone to refrain from unworthy actions and resolve the issue peacefully. The elder thanks to him again. The next day, it became known that the monster was suddenly attacked on the son of Marquilla Filatel. Those inhabitants of the village which opened the true truth forever preserved silence and carried this secret with them through life. Soon, Mr. Goals woke up and remembered what really had happened to him. However, Mrs. Malul has subtly made him understand. As soon as he would try to squeeze something, she remembers the act of his chamber, and will certainly remind him of it. Despite the unfortunate incident, the harvest holiday took place. According to the results of the vote, the first place was taken by the shop and the whole village. A few days later, the protagonist was to go to the Duchy of Adams. The parents came to hold him, insisted heartily that he would be well reinforced before the road. He, in turn, promised to bring them gifts from the capital. The headman notes that life in the capital is not simple for rural residents, but he sincerely believes the young boy and is convinced that he will work out. In addition, everyone will look forward to his return. The young man sincerely thanks for these warm words. A young girl, who he knows well, runs to a boy, and a smile reports that while he is in the duchy, she will do her best to become a worthy bride for him. Such sincere words caress the hero by surprise. He is noticeably surprised. The tool is a stealthy look at the woman from her back, thinking about how in the spring he returns here again, and does not understand what intentions his mother brings to, which in the meantime skillfully performs innocent. Unexpectedly, the net approaches the young man, and gives him a light kiss in the cheek. The young man solidifies in place, wide open with surprise. The protagonist, holding on the cheek and flashing indignantly, casts an angry look at the girl. She, taking her eyes off, explains, "It is her magical charm. He will not allow him to lure beauties in the capital." A moment comes by farewell. The young man is already heading to the gate leading outside the city, but suddenly his lover stops him, exclaiming that she almost forgot another important thing. The girl extends the young man a neatly compiled letter and asks to unfold him immediately as he arrives in the capital. The soul, in surprise lifting the eyebrows, is wondering, did Hiss really write a message for him? There is a distrust on the young man's face. He sincerely considers it all a joke and does not understand why someone undertook to write a letter to him. The guy suspects, Maybe his mother is ashamed to say something out loud, so she decided to convey the news in this way. The protagonist goes to the carriage, but suddenly stops, looks around and waves his family and loved ones with his hand. Those, by escorting him, exclaim the words, "Wishing a happy road." As soon as the young man stands in a carriage next to Albus, he immediately reports that because of constant employment, they have not been able to talk and discuss in recent times why the duchy needs this village. The young man confidently states that he was undoubtedly called to another city, and exactly not for rest. The Bagretsky emphasizes that this is true. Albus says that a young lady seeks to taste the dishes that the villagers taste like every day, so he suggested a brilliant idea. The protagonist could share his branded recipes with local chefs, and, of course, they promise a generous reward. The young man reports that he was ready for such events, but claims that his goods are undoubtedly distinguished by high quality. On this, a maid of a young duchess confidently notes that he does not demand for them a sky-high price. After a long conversation, Mr. Albus taught the young man to manage the crew. Subsequently, he spoke a little about the capital and the future work that was waiting for him. Finally, this couple of heroes got to the duchy. The main character makes a great impression on the protagonist, and he fascinates with her impressions of the huge size of the capital. Finally, Tool opens a letter. His mother asked him to get acquainted with the content immediately after arriving in the capital. So while the crew was moving, it's time to read the message. As he finished reading, a loud, desperate pleading sounded above the field. The beginning of the letter announces, the mother addresses the news to her dear son, who probably has already reached the capital. In this message, she tells the village itself. The woman continues to write that she does not look from, her son is an exceptionally gifted child. As a mother, she sincerely strives that his idea of this world is not limited to the boundaries of a small village. It was because of her long-standing dreams that she appealed to Mr. Albus to allow her to take entrance exams to the Academy of Magic Ruins, located in the capital. Admission to the institution will begin in the spring. Further, the message says that after 3 years of study at the academy, the boy should go on a journey to better get to know the world, and at the same time make money. Mom also told the young man about Maria, but she appeared to teach her how to become a more beautiful wife. So her training began. However, if the guy meets a girl who he likes, his mother promised to take care of his new fiancée. Prior to the admission, the young man was allowed to remain in the duchy, but as soon as he became a student, be able to move to the academy's hostel and fulfill himself completely. Finally, the young man realized the meaning of the words of his lover, which she whispered before leaving. However, now he boils outrage, because his relatives did not even manage to ask his opinion on this case. He suggests that his mother realized, if he agreed to a trip to the capital, then he probably really wants to enter the Academy of Magic. In addition, the journey will give him the opportunity to discover new horizons. He is sure. His mother is a wise and insightful woman who always sees everything and understands. However, the man understands that he actually agrees with all the proposals, because the Duchy of Adams has not made a bad impression. So why not stay in the royal capital for a while? Albus looks at the young man nearby, and is interested in whether he read the letter to the end, and also expresses his hope for fruitful and long-lasting cooperation. The village, in turn, claims that their family seems to have long been related to this place. The Bagretsky, with a smile, informs them that the discussion of the accession to the Academy of Magic will take place next year. Meanwhile, guests are about to arrive. The young man is delighted to consider the grand scale of the Duke's possessions. As soon as the soul crosses the threshold, the servants immediately build in a row and greet it with respect. Then the guy is held to a specially designated room, and then invited to the bathroom. After bathing procedures, the protagonist is carried out to the dining room, where he is already awaiting a sophisticated table, which is filled with a variety of ingredients. Albus, watching the guy taste the dish, wonders if he likes to live in the estate. However, the new moon is silent. He lacks words to describe this place. After the meal, the boy is brought to a young lady. Appearing in front of him, she politely welcomes and seems like Adams von Alistost, emphasizing that he is an older daughter in the Adams family. The girl apologizes for the possible rudeness, but she is wondering whether he is the author of these delicacies. And the soul, apologizing for its own straightforwardness, modestly states that it comes from the common people. The next moment, the guy extends the girl a basket full of fragrant cupcakes, inviting him to eat him. The girl, with interest, breaks a piece of one of the baking and ties it. The oldest daughter of the Addams family confidently grabs the main character by hands and admires what she was missing. She also admits that she could not believe that one of the children invented such an idea. But I finally admired to get to know them. The young man admits that he is glad to get acquainted with the Duchess, but in response, she smiles and says that it is enough to turn to her officially. You can just call her Alice. She also insists you should not communicate with her on you or too seriously. The girl insists that she has invited the hero, so he belongs to her, and also assures that her genus is respectful of the common people, so no one will demand from him what he does not know. The instrument, turning to the butter, states that since Alice allowed from this day until the spring of the next year, he will live in her duchy. Finally, he adds that I am genuinely glad to get acquainted with a young lady. The girl embarrasses from such words of the young man, and notes that he is too polite with her, although they are peers. The guy agrees and, a little worried, asks her permission to ask her one question. The protagonist finally dared to ask a question that did not give him rest in the path. Why did the young Dutch so wanted to meet him? The girl, in response, notes that she had several reasons for it. At first, Alice confesses that she has always been marked by natural curiosity. She was coordinated to get acquainted with those who were able to bring a novelty into the world of confectionery. And in addition, she had a small request. The girl confesses that she would like to ask him to help prepare a banquet that will soon take place on their estate. The young Duchess assures that he will take on all the expenses and pay for his participation. In addition, she would very much like him to share her recipes with her estate chefs. But, of course, if necessary, the master can prepare everything on his own. Although until her birthday it remains only 2 weeks. The protagonist looks at her with indignation, finally realizing why he was brought here and what they actually expect from him. However, after weighing all the circumstances, he decides not to resist, because he will look here until spring. So he agrees to share all the well-known recipes. The guy realizes that no birthday is without a cake. In the world where he was thrown by fate, such a flavor did not think of anyone, and he hears for the first time about something like that. The peasants are convinced that when there are so many masters of kitchen art at hand, their opportunities grow in geometric progression. The new moon comes to the conclusion that if his client is the Duchess herself, it is a great opportunity to get her affection. If necessary, he will be able to contact her for help. Such an agreement seems surprisingly profitable. The protagonist nods slowly, agreeing with the proposal of the young Duchess. But in response, he crosses his hands in front of him and shines with happiness. The young man spreads his hands and proposes to return to the banquet discussion later, and now he politely asks the Bogretsky and to bring him fresh milk and several eggs. Alice admires that they managed to buy a couple with a package of sugar at the sale, but the guy reassures her. They say, "You should not worry, he can use his sugar." Hearing these words, both the Duchess and the Albus do not hide their astonishment. They immediately turn to the young man, specifying whether he really supplied the sugar to the capital. The peasants are asked to leave this news. Adam's servant assures that he will certainly keep everything secret. However, in the capital, everything is crazy in search of sugar. The girl is wondering, who really is this young man? The young man smiles awkwardly, and then, laughing a little nervously, assures that he is a regular peasant. After this conversation, there were troubled days for the main character. Initially, chefs in the Duke's house met him hostile, but he had to appear in the kitchen, and trust in him increased significantly. The new moon was increasingly respected in the kitchen. Subsequently, employees even began to perceive him as their main cook. In a few minutes, Alice appeared in the kitchen. Seeing samples of new dishes, she immediately tasted them, and a satisfied smile played on her face. 500 guests were invited to the ball, a grand, truly large-scale event. While the cook was preparing samples of dishes, he treated them by the Duke with the Duchess, who, surprisingly, were surprisingly friendly people. They also gathered with Mr. Albus, chefs and servants, to carefully reconcile the ball menu. The total number of guests reached about 500 people, so it was necessary to think carefully about the list of dishes and their number. The task became even more complicated because of the limited reserves of some of the necessary ingredients. Among all the sweets, the advice of servants stopped on an apple cake. The dough and apples were plenty, and in addition, this pie appealed to everyone. In recent days, the maids have increasingly visited the kitchen, approached the hero, and were interested in what girls he liked. But, quite possibly, their curiosity was only a tribute to politeness. The protagonist also asked Alice no longer to go into the kitchen, which was quite upset. However, he immediately explained, today her birthday, and everyone sincerely sought to have a surprise for her. But she all the time prevented them from doing so. So the days of a young cook passed, and with every new dawn before his birthday there was less time. When the menu was finally approved, and the necessary products were already ordered and expected of their arrival this evening, the village received a well-deserved weekend for the first time in a long time. As the young man decided to relax today, he first headed to an interesting place. Subsequently, he was waiting for a warm reception from Mr. Lebrant, who was genuinely glad, seeing the hero in the capital. The man shared his story, completing it with words that this is exactly how he began to serve in the Duchy of Adams. He with sympathy notes that the young man has not been easy, and offers his support if he suddenly needed. A gifted chef, full of joy from the goal achieved, smiles and reports that he has a small request for a long-time acquaintance. Hearing this, a man with long hair cannot hide his surprise. After talking to Mr. Lebrant, the young man decided to visit the real estate agency. Going inside, he politely greeted and declared his desire, renting a house. After the birthday celebration, all cases in the village and the duchy were completed. Of course, he was allowed to stay in the estate until the spring, but he did not want to become a burden for others. In addition, he wanted to live for himself without burdening himself with unnecessary worries. Since the guy lives in the capital himself, he undoubtedly needs housing. He turns to the realtor again, and he reports that he is already heading for him. The agency worker is confused. In front of him is a child who visited the office with a wonderful request. The spirit says that he wants to rent a home near the academy, at least a room or a small house. However, the employee is hesitant, because he is not sure whether he can surrender the premises of the minor. The young man extends a sheet that has received in the duchy and asks him to view it. The man unfolds the paper in surprise, reads carefully and suddenly understands how much this document is important. The agency's employee apologizes for the previous rudeness and asks for a minute to choose a really great option for him. At this point, the guy is aware that he did not in vain sought help from Albus. Soon, a gorgeous 2-story building grows before the boy, glittering with cleanliness and grandeur. The man appeals to the protagonist with a question: what impression does this house make on him? The employee reports that it is a 2-story estate with 4 rooms, a garden, and most importantly, a luxurious living room. The road to the academy only takes 20 minutes on foot, and most importantly, the living room here is just huge. This is really the best option. The young man is stunned by the size of the main room. She is just huge. There are about 25 square meters here. Even the sofa can be placed easily. For him, this is a real fairy tale. When it comes to rent for this wonderful home, it is 45 gold per month. If the community wants to buy a house for ownership, the amount will be approximately 9,000 gold. Given all the benefits that this house has, the hero sees no reason to refuse. The protagonist still reflects, but suddenly recalls that the Duchy of Ukraine advised him this realtor. He decides to trust and agrees to buy a house. The man immediately proposes to discuss the terms of the agreement. Suddenly, the employee was surprised because he was convinced that the guy was talking about rent, not buying. But the young man quietly receives his savings and immediately suggests paying the entire amount without any delay. Soon, furniture appeared in the new house of the young man. Now the guy proudly calls this place of his dream. He recalls that he must once again show the seller at the Duke's furniture shop. The young man looked at the room, thinking, is the letter really guilty of everything? The furniture here seemed refined and expensive, although it is not surprising because it put a considerable amount for them. And while in the store, the hero suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia, noticing in the showcase a bald mask. It seemed as if this mask had just arrived directly from Japan, the country where he lived before his rebirth in this world. The young man only had to protect the house from the cold. Magic could help him, but the result is unlikely to look as refined as he would like. Subsequently, the guy goes to the forge, where his gaze immediately falls on a giant blacksmith, occupied by some business. Realizing that he could distract the man, he hurried to apologize for his intervention. The bearded man, turning to the young man, confesses that he has no idea what a heater is, and again asks what it is for a thing. The main character is aware that such technology is not a place in this world. So, he begins to create a sketch of the device himself, depicting his appearance in detail. The blacksmith is quite surprising, because the design seems too unusual and original. The man wondered which budget is provided for the manufacture of the heater. The young man in response assured that if the limit exceeds 100 gold, it is quite acceptable. The blacksmith reports that they will use grace ore, a unique material extracted from the Natus Granus volcano. This ore is known for its extraordinary fire resistance, and its cost is quite acceptable. The whole assembly of the new device will take 3 days. Of course, you can make it from iron, but then the heater will quickly spoil. The young man assures that they have already agreed. The guy is interested in the name of his new acquaintance. The one, suddenly realizing that he is not yet called, replies, "I am Garvans, but you can turn just Gar." In response, the young man also calls his name. The young man feels that the days seem to have lasted eternity, although he missed almost imperceptibly. He is convinced that all the products ordered for the banquet should already be delivered. The young man is convinced that the goods, like the duchy, were truly the highest quality. Now he has a great opportunity to impress the young duchess for the next 2 days. From the very morning the next day, the whole servant has taken up the preparation. Started with the preparation of snacks, and the main dishes were reached in the evening. Everyone did their job carefully, and for a certain time everything was ready. Now all you have to do is look forward to the celebration. On the eve of the holidays, when the whole estate has already plunged into sleep, 3 figures in the black cloaks invisibly shed through the backyard. The maid dropped them into the house, quietly informed that everything was prepared inside. Men realized that they should act quickly until no one noticed them. After moving in the kitchen, they went to the refrigerator, where the dishes prepared for tomorrow's birthday were stored. The house of the village calls the alarm. The young man notices how panic chefs coincide with him, trying to explain that there was a terrible trouble. The young man breaks into the kitchen and fades from what he saw. The pans and products are scattered throughout the room. Everywhere is reigned by real chaos. Everything is covered with a layer of dust and dirt. The guy looks at one of the chefs and says with surprise, "Yesterday everything was as usual, and today it was a horror. He can't get in good way to happen." A Dormus man reports that thieves penetrated in the middle of the night. This confession causes the main character to be an incredible surprise, which immediately reflects on his face. The chef, with a shrewd look, notes that the door was opened from the inside. Before bedtime, the kitchen was carefully guarded by experienced guards. But all of them were suddenly exhausted from the sleep at the same time. And the merchant, which was hired on the eve of the ball, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Ducal's householder insists, someone undoubtedly wanted to disrupt the ball. The young man is wondering what damage is caused. In response, he hears that not only products and stocks are spoiled, but also destroyed all the utensils for alcohol. The young man understands that this is a real failure. The banquet will begin in honor of the eldest daughter of the Duchy of Adams, and they do not even have any drinks or dishes. Even the common man is understandable horror of this situation. But in the end, the man takes his hands, rejects anxiety, and turns to Mr. Albus. He certainly needs eggs, milk, utensils, and drinking. All this should be delivered no later than an hour. The young man encourages the chefs. It is not necessary to give up because time is still enough. Only 6 in the morning, and the ball will start at midnight. Cooks are stunned. The main ingredients are still absent. The young man extends his hands forward, and in the eyes of stunned servants, all the necessary ingredients seem to arise from the void. The protagonist once again emphasizes that the selection of ingredients is his responsibility, and expresses the hope that the employees of the Adamov family have not forgotten the recipes. The chef assures that they will be able to cope and will be able to cook all the dishes as best as possible. The young man recalls that his hiding place has a little hunting equipment. It was stored here as a last resort. There is no choice, so you have to use this stock and cook the dishes from the fact that it is at hand. He orders the chefs to get into business. Those obediently give the servants to bring all the necessary products and, acting harmoniously and fun, together begin to cut the ingredients for the future festive feast. Chefs, who have honed their skills in the service of a respectable home for years, begin a sophisticated heat treatment of dishes. Using their experience, they carefully teach food on plates, turning each serving into a small work of art. The young man watches carefully at all this, but he notes dissatisfied. No matter how they have tried, the meat still has to cook too long. He dreams of finding a way to help reduce cooking time. The protagonist notices an object similar to a black baking tray. He grabs him in his hands and exclaims that this is the answer to all their troubles. The next moment, the guy loudly states that he takes all the meat dishes. The chef is surprised. How is he going to cope with such a volume of work in solitude? After all, it is quite enough time. The young man assures his colleagues that she will show them a completely new way of cooking. At the same time, he calls not to be distracted from work. Suddenly, Mr. Albus runs into the kitchen. He turns to the young man. He is interested in how he is. Albus reports that he managed to get eggs and milk, but here with alcohol and dishes were less fortunate. They bought everywhere. The main character is wondering who could buy everything. It is strange that in one night everything was dismantled. Dvoretsky explains that all the goods were purchased by a trading company, Sagutsi, which cooperates with Falali's family. The young man explains that it was one of this family who recently found himself at his home unconscious. The Dvoretsky confirms his words. The new moon suggests that this may be an act of revenge against the Duchy of Atoms. The young man guesses that everything around is reminiscent of a carefully planned trap. So soon those who hide will certainly appear in front of them. And here the servant runs into the kitchen and, barely restraining the excitement, reports Mr. Butler that he should come urgently, because merchants from a trading company have already arrived at the house. The young man informs Mr. Baylor that he will make a company when talking to newly arrived guests. After that, he turns to the chef, entrusting him with the full guidance of the kitchen at this time. 3 guests cross the threshold of the main entrance to the mansion. To their surprise, they are personally met by the chief butler. They explain that today, Ms. Alice's birthday, but unexpectedly, all the stocks of food, dishes, and drinks are over. Standing behind the Dvoretsky's shoulders, the young man suddenly realizes everything. The puzzles finally happened. He is illuminated by the opinion. The Falali family, who competes with the Odoms, is involved in this case. The man leans to Mr. Albus and whispers his plan just in his ear. He immediately clarifies whether they are really representatives of the Sagahasi Trade Company and awaits confirmation closely. In an instant, the Noyoretsky reports that everything is in a homeless order. In addition, he adds that they no longer need these merchants. The news is stunning the trinity of men, causing them by surprise. Subsequently, the gray-haired man rotates sharply and tells them to look for buyers elsewhere. The faces of the arrivals appear on the faces. They grunt that the residents of the estate will still regret such a technique. Unstable guests turn around and just as quietly go through the main entrance, which they get here. The Dvoretsky looks at the young man and reports that he fulfilled his orders. The same in response calms the servant. Soon everything will become clear, and there will be no reasons for the concern. But suddenly, both heroes are alerting the steps from the stairs. They descend one of the servants of the Adams house, who, having noticed strangers, lifts a noise and calls the chief buttock. The employee tells them that this time a representative of the trade house Lebrant came to them. The butter, from what he heard, seems to be faded on the spot, confused. Meanwhile, before his gaze one after the other there are baskets, which are filled with eating and drinks. The man with gray hair asked where he could guess what it would happen. In response, the new moon noted that Mr. Lebrun was his close friend, which is why he asked him for a service. I anticipated that he would need help. The Butterwentley wondered whether the young man was aware of what this could happen. He only shrugged his shoulders, they say, acted too carefully, no more, but still dissatisfied with dissatisfaction that he could not get the necessary alcohol. The young man says that he recently decided to try himself in winemaking. He made a wine, which he carefully placed in a basket of a vine, and now he proposes to a butterfly to taste his creation. The man notes that it is quite unexpected, because the guy is still too young to drink alcohol but still undertook to cook it. After that, the young man extends him a glass with a drink. The main servant in the house, with enthusiasm, notes that the wine has an extremely rich taste, so they will be purchased from now on. The young man gladly agrees to such a generous proposal, and emphasizes that they have agreed on this issue. Men who have previously tried to blow their shop in this house are now confusedly think about how to proceed. The young owners promise that it is worth waiting a little, and the residents of the estate will come to them. Suddenly, a mysterious man in a mask is addressed to 3 merchants. He states that they are ready to buy all the goods from them. The merchants look at the stranger in confusion, not understanding who he is. This is a mysterious man warns. If they delay the sale, their ingredients will spoil quickly. The man in the mask states that he is ready to buy all their goods only for 100 gold. The merchants are indignant. They exclaim that it is a pure robbery in broad daylight, as the value of all property is over 30,000 gold. The stranger notes that he himself is indifferent how much money is demanded, but the Earl had already given them money, so it would be just ridiculous to return to him with empty hands. The young man is pleased to watch the indignation on the faces of the merchants. They immediately start bargaining, offering 10,000 gold for all products. But the guy is not inferior. His final price is only 300 gold. The weird man in the mask simply suggested that they would agree, but they really took Count Fileli as a pledge. The merchants who have just introduced themselves to the exit, having no idea of their further actions. Under the fox mask, the main character unexpectedly hides. Recalling that the ball is about to begin, he realizes that it's time to return to the kitchen. There is a lively atmosphere here. Everyone has hastily spells over stolen dishes, trying to make it all before the holiday. The young man rapidly breaks into the workshop, apologizes to everyone for the delay. People immediately approach him, confessing that they already thought that Mr. Assel had forgotten about them. Such words are introduced to the guy into an uncomfortable position. He feels awkward. The young man is wondering how things are going. The chef replies that everything has already been prepared and exposed in the hall except for meat dishes. One of the shower assures that he will now do, and then effectively breaks the tablecloth from the bizarre device. The guy puts a piece of meat on a plate of his own production and immediately begins to grumble. The chef is wondering, what is the new way of cooking that the young man wants to demonstrate? He only nods, confirming his assumption. This culinary technique is called live kitchen, because the master prepares dishes right in the eyes of guests. They are passionate about such unusual entertainment. People are increasingly gathering around him to enjoy a real gastronomic show. The hero puts on a mask, thinking about himself that he should keep his face secret. Meanwhile, a crowd of guests invited to a young lady's birthday is gradually gathering around him. Without delaying, he throws another piece of meat on the stove. The next moment, the young man opens a bottle of wine of his own production and generously waters the meat. In response, the flames flashes sharply. He then reports that the first steak is ready, and a queue is instantly going around him. The real noise rises. Everyone wants to become the first to taste a fragrant dish. The young man skillfully moves his fingers on the device just purchased. Quickly fry the meat to get at least a small portion. Suddenly, Kadir's voice is heard in the air. He announces that the hero of the holiday has just appeared. The girl in a gorgeous lush dress slowly descends the stairs, attracting the passionate looks of all present. Suddenly, the girl is distracted. Her look involuntarily stops at the center of the banquet hall. There, the protagonist stands in the middle and roses the meat on a bizarre device, which she has never seen. In a moment, the eldest daughter of the Adam family reaches out to her new acquaintance, with whom they have already made friends. That gesture immediately finds a warm response. Every mentally complains about their own difficulties, but in general recognizes everything is just wonderful. The protagonist learned that many people were interested in the servants, from where they had so many delicious food. However, they only answered. Only the chief butterfish could know about it, and Mr. Alvis was not one of those who disclose other people's secrets. The hero looks closely at the butter, which is clearly exhausted by long-term preparations and all recent troubles. In his thoughts, the hero notes that the Albus can be relied on when it comes to keeping a secret. The young man noticed that the sweets enjoyed incredible success at the party. They were disassembled, as if they had disappeared directly. The highlight of the evening, of course, was a festive cake created specifically for the birthday girl. It was her honor for her to taste the first piece. The goodies came to the girl. The girl lifts a piece of cake to her mouth, tastes it and, swallowing, admires that it is delicious. In her eyes she has tears, so striking this pleasure. The girl, embarrassing his look at the main character, quietly pronounces his name, and sincerely thanks to the one who gave her such an unforgettable birthday. The young man welcomes the oldest daughter of the Adams family on his birthday, and begins to applaud. Subsequently, all the guests who came for the holiday are picked up. This is exactly how the evening ended in the duchy. A night descended the window when the last guests left the estate, and the celebration came to an end. The young man decided to rest and sank on a soft sofa in one of the spacious halls. At that moment, the butler approached him quietly. The gray-haired man notes that today the residents of the village have managed to cope simply brilliantly. Those, in response, praise Mr. Albus for a significant contribution. Finally, it comes to payment. All efforts are taken into account, from cooking to help in organizing the holiday. The Bogretsky reports that the amount is approximately 300 platinum coins, and is interested in whether the young man suits such payment. In addition, the family undertakes to pay a fine if one of the recipes is known to outsiders. In his thoughts, the guy pretends that 300 platinum coins are equal to 3 million yen. and the sum seems to him simply overwhelming. The main servant of the apartment assures that new recipes will really diversify their diet, and this amount has already been compensated for the stress caused by intrigues of a competitive family. The butterfly also shares the news. The owner of the house was extremely liked by the wine that the guy created it. He reports that there are still 5 barrels in the cellar, but the gentleman wants to buy a dozen another. In a moment, a cunning light appears in the look of the young man. The idea of buying his own wine seems to him just wonderful. It is a profitable offer that is difficult to give up. The man smiles happily and notes that once the wine appealed to them so much, it makes no sense to refuse them to buy. Hearing this, the butterfly nods and notes that he made the right decision. So the young man turned into a fairy tale man in one evening, and also received a stable source of profit. He realized that it was surprisingly profitable to keep in touch with the duchy. The next day, the whole village gathered in front of the estate of the duke's family. The elder announces that she says goodbye to them today. The peasants express their sincere gratitude for his good deeds. He can count on their support if he ever finds himself in hard. Their family will always put their shoulder. Ms. Adams' family shared that his desserts were simply incredible, so she asked him to come and treat them with something delicious, as soon as he had a free moment. In addition, everyone noted his wine. It was really delicious. Alice shares that Albus told her about all the trials that the young man experienced on the eve of her birthday. She rejoices that he has successfully coped with all the difficulties, and I am gratefully grateful to him for the holiday he had arranged for her. The girl tilts her head with sadness and says quietly that he has been going. The young man is surprised. What so upset the older daughter of the Adams family? His new girlfriend, putting his hand on his chest, does not dare to speak. In the end, she appeals to the hero to allow her to fulfill one desire. The guy reports that he is going to go, but suggests cooking something sweet for the girl if she wants it. The girl, without hesitation, gladly accepts this generous offer. The little young lady firmly takes the boy by the hand, squeezes her, and assures that as soon as the cookies are ready, he will certainly come to him. Albus goes to say goodbye to the young man, thanks him for his work, and is interested in his further intentions. He confesses that he does not have a clear plan and has not yet decided what to do next, so he asks for advice on possible options. The Bagretsky asks for a few seconds for reflection, and notes that he usually does not make such a proposal, because this path is not suitable for everyone. However, given the protagonist's extraordinary abilities, he carefully asks, does he want to go to the maze? The words of the Bagretsky are stunned by the young man. His imagination instantly draws spooky paintings. A dark cave covered with bones and turtles. It is surprised, he exclaims. What is this, a strange maze? About 108 labyrinths are scattered in Arthuria. These mysterious dungeons teem with dangerous creatures. But it is here that ancient treasures are hidden. Overcoming the deadly traps, adventurers are ready to take the risk of getting rich for the sake of a chance. Near the capital is one of these labyrinths, the labyrinth number 4. They are usually denoted by numbers from 1 to 10 depending on the complexity. Currently, 53 floors have been opened in this maze. Labyrinth entrance is allowed only to persons who have been at least 15 years old, or the adventurer's license owners. However, Albus came there with the main character, ordered him for him, and so he was still missed. The young man was in front of a giant road that was cut down in a massive rock. The young man lifted the first sticky pollen from the floor, perceiving it as his weapon, and wondered how far he could come with her. On every 5th floor of the maze, travelers are waiting for a mini-boss, which invariably guards something truly valuable. The hero hopes that he will be able to overcome more than one such guard. The young man concentrates and begins to quietly whisper the spell, finding a source of strength. He imposes a few charms at once, strengthens the body, exacerbates the sense to detect the presence, hides its own aura, and opens a spatial vision. When the guy finishes spell, he rushes forward to his goal, shouting loudly that he will not stop and continue to move on. Moving with a confused maze, the hero faces the first test. Amazing residence of stone walls. Awkward mucous membranes appear in his path. Thanks to the stick, which he grabbed at the entrance to the cave, the hero manages to cope with these bizarre creatures. The protagonist is convinced that the rivals on the first floors do not pose a great threat. He easily deals with them, armed with only a stick. He confidently decides to continue to keep this pace without raising the fight. After the successful passing of 4 levels, the young man finally finds himself on the 5th floor. This is where the main boss is located. His gaze encounters a creature reminiscent of a real mountain troll with a giant sword. The young man looks at the one who suddenly appeared before him. It turns out that it is not just a giant goblin. A crown sparkles on his head, which clearly indicates his royal origin. King Goblin is angry at the boy, filling the space around with his formidable voice. The young man concentrates all his strength, extends his hands forward, and releases a powerful water spear, which rapidly pierces the breast of the enemy. After a collision over the battlefield, only thick dust hangs. But the young man understands that the match has not been completed yet. He occupies a fighting rack and challenges the enemy, urging him to attack. But as soon as the smoke from a fierce exchange of blows is dispelled, the protagonist notices. From Goblin only the crown remained, which is lonely among the stones of the cave. Everything that is happening is now amazing the young man. He cannot understand how, so he succeeded. The young man is almost sure that on the first 10 floors, he is unlikely to be a decent opponent. Having defeated the monster, the young man with a happy glitter in his eyes notices in the corner of the cave of the chest, and immediately goes to it. Opening it, he finds a small white bag inside. Being peeled into the bag he won, the young man finds small seeds of some mysterious plant in it. With curiosity, he pours the grain on his palm. Slightly disappointed, the guy shakes the seeds and thinks that this maize is more like a composition for farmers, although he himself belongs to their fraternity. Having overcome the monster on the 5th floor, the young man climbs the 6th. His gaze opens an immense calm meadow that is spread under the protection of the majestic mountains that rise around. The young man lifts his head and notices a little amazing. Despite the fact that he is underground, the endless heavenly space unfolds before his eyes, and the air around is filled with an unusual atmosphere. He thinks that apparently, every 5 floors all the environment is changing. The meadow, on which the main character found himself, inspires memories of his native village, which he left only recently. It turns out, in a sense, he has not released him from his thoughts since he came to the capital. The young man gently releases a charming bee from his hands, turning to it. Quinn. He gently orders her to fly where the soul desires, freely spreading in the air. The bee returns to the young man as if greeting him, and is much larger than ordinary insects. The soul invites her to stay on his shoulder, and sincerely confesses that he is also glad. Frankly, the young man intended to leave his favorite insect in the village, but she stubbornly denied, so he had nothing left to take her with him. The young man reports that he is going to go down even below, and she is wondering if Quinn will join him. She admits that she would prefer to stay and fly here now. Then the guy agrees to meet her later and asks her to be careful. Slowly but confidently, the guy reached the 10th floor. Here he enters the monster room, where he is greeted by creatures similar to the wolves. Without spending time, the young man rushes to fight them. After victory on this floor, a flap of the fabric suddenly falls on the young man. Raising him, the guy realizes that it is a trophy derived from the defeated boss. It turns out it is a cloak. He carefully wraps him and notices a new chest that appears nearby. Opening the lid, the hero notices inside the seeds. Meanwhile, the young man rises rapidly to the 11th floor and suddenly finds himself among the swamp, where the thick fog hides the rays of the sun. On the 12th and 13th floors, the young man is even more dangerous than before. Therefore, the guy only confirms, the below he goes down, the more threatening and treacherous his enemies become. On the 15th floor, in the office of the boss, something unusual unfolds. The transparent cloud suddenly arises in the middle of the room and begins to attack the village. Just in his eyes, strange tentacles begin to grow from the ball. The tentacles, the number of which grows with every moment, try to grab the main character's stick. However, the young man cleverly avoids them, noting that his opponent is extremely fast. The young man is forced to jump lightly from place to place, because this monster acts unexpectedly and aggressively. The young man instantly understands. Before him, an attacking creature like a whip. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes that physical attacks are completely powerless against this type of monsters. His stick is in vain. This creature does not suffer any harm. The young man with a serious expression of his face glances at the monster who attacks him, and says that it was such emotions that he had hoped to go through, stroll through the maze. It is only a pity that such opponents appeared on the 15th floor. The next moment the tentacles rapidly attacked the young man, attacking him from all sides. The protagonist, adjusting to a fierce duel, easily reflects this monster. At the same time, he notes that it is still not strong enough compared to the enemy. The guy decides to resort to magic, because the usual blows were in vain. Rising into the air, he calls for a formidable drain. A moment, and the dark clouds thicken over their head, and a mighty lightning flash hit a monster. The new moon lands on the ground after such a powerful blow. He managed to notice how the Dimka left after lightning dissolved in the air, and from the monster, which was directed by this blow, there was no trace. Watching the fog scatter, the young man notes that this creature seems not capable of protecting against lightning strikes. With only his delight, the guy is inherent in the chest, which was so zealous by the monster. He thinks that once the enemies have become stronger, so the prey will be much more generous. However, the young man in a black cloak is noticeably disappointed when he finds unique seeds, though himself, after all, is a farmer. Beating with the monsters of the 16th floor, the young man still does not stop complaining about the scanty treasures that happen to him in the chests among the dungeons. Although the hero has already reached the 17th floor, the mystery of the origin of the seeds is still a mystery to him. He sees nothing suspicious about these grains, but they cannot explain their presence here. Subsequently, during a fierce battle with monsters on the 18th floor, the young man is still thinking. These chests only ignite hopes in vain. Even during the battle on the 17th floor, the guy did not lose hope. He honestly believed that the victory over a powerful opponent would reward him with some valuable trophies. Of course, he dreamed of getting something really special and unforgettable. The monster who has settled on the 20th floor is a multi-torn eagle. His fierce look is drunk by a guy without releasing for a moment. The soul that has decided again to fight him secretly hopes. At least this time she will pass the punishment of seeds. After all, he protects, gives the last forces, breaking through the maze, and in response, hears only death and abuse. The hero turns to the monster that is in the sky, and notes that he also has a lightning force. To find out whose element is more powerful, it calls for the help of a storm of thunderstorms. In a moment, the sky is clouded, and angry lightnings break out, strikingly striking an eagle, which, bending in an attempt to evade, still does not avoid stroke. The eagle straightens at full height, affecting the young man. It turns out that one of his ability is to absorb. The bird flies into the sky, illuminated by flares of sparkling glow. The magical creature with which the young man had to come together on the 15th floor suddenly releases a ray of a light sword in his direction. Amazed to the depths of the soul, the guy fades, spreading his mouth wide from surprise. The guy hastily brings the protective barrier, rushing his hands up and covering one eye. The monster's spell strikes his shield, made up of several strong layers, which makes it more resistant to attack. When the magic is dispelled, the young man decides to resort to another magic and is interested in the opponent's opinion about himself. In his open palm, a ball of light is born, around which lightning outbreaks are played. The protagonist raises both hands up and persistently states that the dragon is obliged to accept his call. Meanwhile, a huge magical creature gradually emerges from the magical energy that pulsates in the young man's body. The young man orders a dragon, consisting of a sparkling thunderstorm, which he has just called Rush to the Enemy. He obeys the moment and rushes just towards the eagle with frantic pressure. The dragon caused by a young man rapidly wraps his winged enemy, squeezing him with powerful arms. From unbearable pain, the monster breaks on a wild cry. A magical creature, along with the enemy with a roar, falls to the ground, and a powerful stroke is formed by a powerful blow, and the creature is broken into parts. At the same time, when the dragon almost overcame the eagle, leaning his movements, the young man causes a stone chain that rapidly wraps the body of the opponent from head to heel. The man stands on a small hill that rises above his opponent, and provocatively reports that this time he does not escape. The tools are convinced that only the last stroke is left, and it is suddenly distracted by the feathers, which slowly falls on the right. The young man cautiously picks up the pen for the tip and, interested in examining the find, notes how unusual and intriguing it is. The young man recalls how King Goblin missed his crown on the 5th floor. Usually the defeated monsters are scattered on powder, but this time feathers remained in the eagle. The protagonist carefully collects all the pieces of wings and feathers of the bird that he just fought, and, winged with a victory, moves further into his journey. Now he realized, if you kill the boss instantly, everything that is on it will disappear without a trace. However, it is only necessary to weaken the enemy or pick up the right thing until his death, and the trophies will remain, as it happened with feathers. Having realized this simple truth, the young man decided to go back. After all, on the previous floors, he swept from the goblins. He could easily destroy them all, pledge meat and fangs, and then profitably sell all the prey to the duchy. After a short break, a fairly good trophy appears in front of the guy. Sharp claws, canines, feathers, and a few pieces of meat. The young man wipes sweat from his forehead. A moment, he proudly states that he managed to harvest at once 100 kilograms of selected meat. He now understands how to deal with monsters and get his own benefit. The protagonist thinks that if he sees the seeds again, he will be able to forgive this maze everything. He recalls that he is now on the 16th floor, so he decides to return for his bee and go below. The sudden shrill scream breaks out of silence, forcing the villagers to freeze halfway and causes all sincere surprise. From the experience, the young man immediately understands. A cry that has a silence of hut belongs to a man. Without a moment, he rushes the head in the direction where the voice was heard, running to the lawn where the fierce battle is going on. The guy notices. The knight in shining armor desperately fights with huge orcs and their small servants, and next to him, on the ground, a girl with cat's traits lies motionless. When the guy passes between the trees, a better overview opens. He suddenly realizes that he was on the lawn, where the fierce battle between monsters and desperate adventure seekers continues. The young man notices how a fierce clash between a group of desperate adventurers. However, their courage did not save. Everyone is almost broken, and even the last of them barely holds on their feet, exhausting the last remnants of strength. A moment, he looks at a girl with cat ears. She is swollen, looks at an unspecified look in front of her, and then asks who stands in front of her. The protagonist tried on a bald mask, the same one who recently served to him at a meeting of the trade guild, and feels his skill in the art of unnoticedness reached new heights. However, he understands that you should also turn on your special attribute. The girl who lies on the ground casts an exhausted look at the boy. Under the eyes, dark bruises. Although she does not know who she says with, she asks for help desperately. Overlooking the outskirts, the young man calculates the audience and concludes that there are only 4 of them. 3 are no longer able to rise to battle. Their leader barely holds on their feet. The young man rushes to save everyone. If he remains inactive, the adventurers who are trapped in the maze and will remain forever, only dead. The main character rushes forward to protect a young man who is barely holding on his feet. All the monsters immediately pay attention to him and begin to step on all sides. When the soul begins to use its magic, it causes shining balls of lightning in the palm. The one to whom he hastened to help, astonishment, asks, "Who are you?" On the orcs and trolls that were already preparing to attack the young man, the thundering raining caused by their thunder. Immediately, lightning streams are burned by monsters, leaving them fixed on the spot. The blonde innovator who almost died is sincerely amazed. His rescuer confidently applies such a powerful spell without even reading the formula. The power of this attack is stunning. Around him, the monster is lying one by one under the pressure of unrestrained force. The protagonist notices that after his blinding attack, only one enemy remained alive. It is a red OGR, which with a wild roar rushes to it at incredible speed. The guy takes a battle rack, leaning forward, and confesses that he used a rather powerful spell. But this monster was much stronger than the previous ones. It is fiercely poured into the village. The black-headed guy raises his hand sharply, starting a new spell. He wandered and boldly promised Ogru to demonstrate new opportunities for lightning magic. Meanwhile, a shining trident begins to appear above his head. The young man exclaims the spelling like a sparkling lightning arrow. In the next moment, he directs this force on his giant opponent. Break speed spells rushes to the enemy, hitting him just in the center of the forehead, after which his head splits in 2. This action is a frank surprise to the adventurers who watch him, because they have never seen so much so that someone so skillfully possessed such a powerful magic. The shining spear of lightning pierces a huge monster, forcing it to fall on the belly. A cumbersome hammer slips out of his paws, and the powerful rove of the monster is carried by the moon throughout the district. The protagonist watches everything that is happening, with an increase and notes. Although the OGR continued a little longer, to the level of true power he is far away. Monsters from the Holy Mountain were much more powerful. 2 travelers who are invisible to the young man who watches everyone sigh easily. The girl is saved. Feeling that the danger has passed, both allow themselves to relax. The blonde knight, who has kept in battle, closing his eyes, expresses his sincere gratitude to the young man, and confesses that he is pleased with any support, whoever he may be. Therefore, he looks at his comrades. The stranger rushes to his unconscious comrades, urging them to stay. He assures that the monster is already defeated, and now they can safely climb the surface. The protagonist casts a place of events and understands that 3 of the 4 members of the team are barely breathing, and the leader, having serious injuries, will not be able to save everyone. Therefore, he decides to intervene and assist. The young man again lifts his hands to the sky, proclaiming a powerful spell of mass healing. After that, all the 4 adventurers who recently came together in the battle with the giants of the Okes, gradually returning to their senses. A young man with golden hair looks at his hands, recently covered with wounds, and surprises. The skin is absolutely clean, no trace of cuts left. He rotates and notices how their rescuer disappears seamlessly and quickly, turning to running. The rescued man in the armor is in a hurry to catch up with the young man from the village, begging to stop and name his name, because he seeks to find out who is due to the rescue of his team from the fierce bunny. For a moment, the protagonist thinks, if he is silent, this guy may begin to chase him, and in the meantime, his friends will wake up quickly. The new moon in the black cloak is represented as she. The young man instantly moves away from his rescued group, rapidly rushes deep into the dense forest, hiding between the trees. The protagonist listens to the words of his new acquaintance, who thanks him, tells that they belong to the Shining Wings group, and promises to thank for the assistance provided in the future. Fleeing without a look, without turning to new acquaintances, the soul suddenly realizes that it was her first meeting with a brilliant wing, a future legendary group of marine hunters. The young man rises to the 10th floor, where he had previously left his pet. He feels that he has done a good deed today, and because in the court late evening, he decides that this is enough today. The young man is about to call Quinn, his favorite bee, but suddenly a whole swarm of bees takes off to him, each of which looks almost the same as his favorite tassel. The protagonist is amazed at the image seen. He claims that Quinn came across a local beehive and overcame their leader, so she is now considered a new queen of bees. The tool smiles shyly and rejoices. Thanks to his pet, he will be able to get much more honey. A few weeks have passed, and the main character again steps on the land of the duchy, returning to his home. Here, he decides to create a rocking chair for himself. He has been able to complete successfully. The young man rejoices that he made soft pillows from the feathers of the monster, defeated on the 15th floor of the maze. This now has a cozy chair. The hero is sure that there is nothing better for relaxation than it is an incredibly convenient complement. The pillow is located on the back and on the seat of the chair, giving a sense of perfect comfort. Subsequently, when he returned from the maze, the soul learned that the multi-burrowing bird, which she overcame, was called the Terrible Eagle, a high-rank monster. As it turned out, its feathers and meat are in great demand and are of considerable value on the market. The young man's face shines with the expression of pleasure and tranquility. He recalls how to design and produce this chair for about a week, but it is definitely worth it. The guy is sure this product will bring him good profit if he decides to sell it. However, before doing the patent design, the protagonist realizes that he must first deal with the clutter that remained after the new furniture for himself. Looking around, the guy notes that, sincerely speaking, to live alone in such a house is really not easy. Moreover, even if you put in order, the house will still bring back the former mess. The young man claps his hands and in his eyes joy flashes. He decided to just hire someone for help. In his thoughts, he already stops at the housewife. In order to realize his ideas and make sure his choice, the guy understands that he must hear the opinion of an experienced person. A little time is passing, and our hero is already staying in his friend's house. While he turns to a friend for help, Mr. Lebrant examines his own invention chair with delight. An adult sway in a rocking chair and enthusiastically notes that the protagonist created a real invention. It is extremely nice to sit in such a chair, and a soft swing is soothing. He would gladly get so for his home. A friend suddenly leans closer to his face and happily states that she will pay for this miracle with great pleasure. The interlocutor makes it clear that he understood him, but asks to return to the main topic of conversation. Mr. Lebrant, actively supporting the discussion, notes that when it comes to a home worker, it is better to buy a young man than to buy it rather than to work. In these words, he stuns the young man. The man states that the young man should definitely buy a slave who would satisfy all his requests and buckets, both in everyday affairs and during journeys. It will be of particular importance to him, because the village is like a living creature that hides many secrets from outsiders. And the slave does not dare to interfere with his master, because his appointment is to do his homework and remain unnoticed. The protagonist, of course, realized that in the world where he got after degeneration from the Japanese, slavery is a common matter. But even for a moment he didn't think about buying a slave. Mr. LeBron believes that this is an ideal option for a guy, and since he is a minor, an adult will act as a guarantor during the agreement. The young man sincerely thanks him for his care. After the words of a friend, the young man realizes that if he is still doing home, then who will create new products for the shopping bench? So it is much more convenient when a man helps with this. The main character, along with their longtime friend, approach a 3-story building, in the walls of which is a store of the most famous slave trader of the capital. Mr. LeBron notes that he has already warned the owner about the visit of the young man, so he advises to just tell him about his preferences. He will help you choose the perfect option. The guy expresses his sincere gratitude to the man. The young man finally appoints a date with a man who was advised by his girlfriend. During this meeting, he asks the true purpose of the visit, and at the same time outlines his expectations and requirements that his future servant must meet. The man notes that he has some basic requirements. He needs a slave that will cope with homework. In addition, he dreams of becoming an adventurer, so a friend with his desire for development will be a good help for him. The young man, embarrassing, applies his palm to the face and shyly confesses that he is looking for someone of her age, preferably a girl. The owner of the home carefully records all his wishes so as not to overlook anything in the future. The new Equilinans reports that he understood everything. He is also not sure whether his friend told the young man, but assures that those who lost to gambling without having a kind, and even with a dubious reputation, are not taken away. So worry about nothing. The owner of the store brings the main character to a small makeshift scene and reports that he will now represent each of the candidates, taking into account the criterion defined by the main character. Meanwhile, the guest of the trading hall is noticeably worried. 7 girls are faced with a young man. 5 of them are people, and 2 look like a dog and a cat. The young man listens carefully to the stories of everyone, learns about their exceptional abilities, age and names, and then makes his final decision. The owner asks Mr. Atal what impression the girls, whom he had just seen. If someone likes him, he can talk to her personally. The man replies that he wants to talk to 3 slaves. The 4th slave is invited to talk first. The guy is briefly represented, calls his name. The girl sincerely thanks for the opportunity to communicate with him personally. The protagonist reports that he dreams of finding a person who will not only carefully care about home comfort, but eventually does not frighten the risky life of the adventure seeker, will go with him into a mysterious maze. The girl apologizes and notes that the hero is probably surprised why she has no right eye and left hand. She confidently states that this in no way prevents her responsibilities from performing her duties, and she is quite ready to become an adventure search. The guy gladly marks her determination. He confesses that he is only 10 years old, and hopes that he will not be embarrassed by such age difference. He adds that in the spring he also plans to join the Academy of Magic, so he will have many cases. The number 4 slave assures that it does not matter how many years this young man. She adds that she graduated from the Magic Academy at one time. Moreover, if necessary, she will gladly help him in his studies. The young man closes his eyes and concludes. The girl undoubtedly experienced a lot, but her talent is not in doubt. With her support, he will open the door of the academy without any difficulty. The 6th slave, named Marun, said the next one. Without spending time, she directly asks for whom Mr. Assel is in origin, which instantly puts the young man in an uncomfortable position. The young man realizes that the girl accepted him as a representative of the nobility, but explains that he is only a simple guy from the people. He does not intend to blame the man for this confusion, but feels that a little disappointed the girl with his answer. The slave number 7 is named after Yomi. She assures that she is ready to take on all the home care and become a reliable companion of the protagonist in his travels. If he dares to buy it, no moment will have to regret. The young man thinks that the girl really has a striking appeal. He frankly confesses to her that he is an ordinary person and is interested in whether she has no objection against it. In response, the girl states that she is ready to serve him, whom she is not before. Summarizing the meeting with the last candidate, the young man notes, she has unbearable abilities and has a pleasant luck. In addition, he is genuinely convinced he has no hidden motives for her. The shop owner approaches the hero from behind and is interested in who he will choose. The abominable guy announces that he has already made his decision. After a short reflection, the soul announces that he acquires the 4th and 7th slaves, because it was these two struck it with their special features and liked it more than others. After several short manipulations, the store owner reports that the transfer of the slave to the new owner is successfully completed. From now on, two girls are officially in possession of the protagonist. The young man, together with two comrades, goes with lively trading streets, where on both sides the showcases of the shops attract a variety of goods. So they move towards the young man's house. While they walk around, the guy does not find a place because of the purchase. He is confused. How to treat slaves he absolutely does not imagine. The young man does not understand how to do them further. Two girls who went a little behind suddenly run up to the main character and are worried about whether he is fine with him, because he is lying on the ground for too long. The young man exclaims that everything is fine with him, but at heart, he does not leave his thoughts. It is necessary to be alert, because the past does not change. Now he is their master, and no matter the circumstances, these creatures will be able to give themselves advice. The man takes them to his two-story mansion and reports that they are already on the spot. He invites two brand new girls to feel at home in this modest estate. The slave cannot take the passionate views from the gorgeous home, which will now become a refuge for them. As soon as the 10-year-old boy, along with the new maids, cross the living room, the pride of the young owner, he stops opposite the guests and persistently suggests to introduce himself to get acquainted again. The young man is respectfully bowing his head and covers his eyes, politely presenting, "His name is Swiel." Such unexpected delicacy affects girls who are not used to such an attitude. A slave who has lost his eye and his hand warns him, do not treat them with excessive respect. Otherwise, others can start condemning or blame. The young man with dissatisfaction notes that he was not aware of this information, because he did not receive appropriate aristocratic education. After that, he politely asks the interlocutors to introduce himself again. The slave number 4 confesses that she has no name, so the young man can turn to her as he pleases. It will handle both homework and fencing. The slave number 7 reported that her name is Yomi. Not only does she know how to cope with his home responsibilities, but she is well versed in observation and skillfully possesses a dagger. The last girl smiles widely and confidently, boldly stating that she is well known for adult entertainment. She confidently adds that he can show all his skills this night. It is at this point that the first slave is joined in the conversation. She abused to her girlfriend that while she is nearby, he will not allow any unacceptable pranks with the owner. Watching how the girls who will have to live with one roof for a long time are arguing, a young man with some embarrassment is aware. It seems that good contact will really be established between them. The young man thinks about how to name a blonde slave. His gaze stops at the golden strands of a girl who shine especially clearly under the moonlight. Inspired by this beauty, he decides to give her a name, which means moon. Summarizing his considerations, the protagonist announces Rabbi number 4 that she will now be named after the moon. He wondered if she did not object to this choice. His words were a little embarrassed by the girl. The girl, smiling brightly through tears in her eyes, confesses that on the contrary, the incredibly moved that she finally got such a beautiful name. The tool is genuinely surprised that the moon was so upset because of a new name that even wept. Now he understands how hard it was before. The man smiles quietly and then proposes to discuss the details of their future cooperation for dinner. The girls carefully serve the table for their master, and then, sitting at his feet and even stuck on his knees, put the boy in a real stupor. He closes his eyes, and then carefully, almost fascinated, looks at his maids. The protagonist does not understand what is happening and is interested in his rabbins, what they do. The blonde explains in response. They are gladly made among the remains of his meal, because he prepared a real surplus. However, this is not surprising, given his young age and strong body. The young man smiles, realizing that he again came across the amazing features of this world. He explains that he covered this table for his maids because he decided to arrange a joint festive dinner on the occasion of their first meeting. Initially, the girls are so stunned by this news that they open their mouths with surprise. But in a moment karaoke, the girl jumps, and with a smile states that once the owner has prepared the dish so carefully, she simply has no right to give up. Both rabbis sit at the table, but the moon does it with hesitation. It was not taught to behave in this way. Yomi does not see the reason to refuse. If the new master decided to indulge in the heroine today, then why resist? The girls taste the first pieces of holiday dinner and immediately embarrass, barely holding back smiles. They confess that they have not tasted anything so wonderful for a long time. This exquisite taste causes them genuine passion and unforgettable emotions. While the slaves are eagerly pouring on food, the guy begins to share with them the true motives of his decision to buy them. He explains that he has many secrets that would keep secret, so hiring ordinary servants is not an option for him. In addition, he needs to keep the house clean. They say that the young man does not leave his intentions. During the first meeting, he noted that he would sometimes visit the maze and would like to bring them with him. In addition, in the spring he plans to join the Academy of Magic, and would be grateful if they helped him with preparation for entry. Luda is wondering what kind of secrets the guy hides, and whether girls are allowed to know about them at all, because he recently made a head of them.